Ayo, Iya bela le.
Dalam karya berata studi, saya hendak menyampaikan bahwasanya tidak ada manusia yang sempurna di dunia ini kecuali Sang Pencipta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Wiadong Tiaya. Hello everybody, Sugeng Rawuh. Thank you for your registration in the ISI-ART 2020 International Seminar on Innovation in Art, Resonance of Technology and Science, held by postgraduate ISI-Surakarta with the topic Sustainability of Creativity and Art Studies in the Digital Technology Revolutions on Wednesday, November 4, 2020. I am Puri Kurniasi, your Master of Ceremony today. We would like to inform you, first, the participants system on the ISI-ART website. This seminar is one of the steps in our annual seminar. Every year, we always look for the actual topics that are challenging for discussion. That is so we can explore knowledge that focuses on the development of art and science of art. This seminar is an academic discussion room that will explore the thoughts and finding the research in the form of theories, concepts, and empirical experiences that can be provide alternative answers to life in the digital revolutions. Topics raised in this seminar include problems of creativity, innovation, philosophical building, and various practices, but not limited to formalism in art, technology, and science. Before we begin the seminar, let's pray together. Okay, thank you. After National Anthem Indonesia Raya, we continue with Hymne ISI-Surakarta. Now, here will come speech from the Chief Executive of ISI-ART 2020, Mr. Ruli Aprilia Zandra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, best wishes to all of us. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. First of all, let us pray to God Almighty for His blessings this afternoon. We can hold an international seminar, ISI-ART webinar with the theme Sustainability of Creativity and Art Studies in the Digital Technology Revolution. I would like to thank the speakers who attended our invitation. They will present in session 1. The keynote speakers who will present are Professor Dr. Santoso Soewarlan SCAR M.Hum MA Ph.D. from Indonesia, Professor Larry Polansky from the United States of America, Dr. Arsenio Nicolas from Thailand, Professor Marzanna from Poland, and Professor Adzrool Ismail from Malaysia. Also, Professor Adrian David Cook from Japan. I would like to say many thanks to Dr. Andes Guntur M.Hum and Dr. Bambang Sunarto SN MSN as the Rector and the Director of Postgraduate from ISI-Surakarta, who has taken his time and provided direction for the implementation of today's webinar. Thanks to Dr. Sri Hesti Heriwati M.Hum for his assistance. Thanks to ISI-Surakarta, Scopus, Ivory, Music Scholarship, Viper Arts, Dewa Ruci, IIKEK, ASCE, ASEDAS, and AP2 Seni. I also gratitude to my reliable team. They are Dr. Candidates from ISI-Surakarta. Thanks to Dr. Candidate Marutama, Puri Kurniasih, Indra Gunara, Faiz Muntazori, Arifika Listia, Firdaus Nur, Wisnu Adi, Yulianto Hadi Prawiro, Pandu Pramudita, Nurul Hidayati, Agus Sunandar, Muhammad Fauzi, Lili Hartono, and the entire team of the 2019 batch of ISISCA Postgraduate Committee, who did not know I can mention one by one, because if it is mentioned one by one, it will be finished in the afternoon. I regard personally for your hard work, this event can be carried out. The last but not least, thanks to the UPT Audiovisual ISISCA team, all postgraduate staff and all postgraduate professors and lecturers for their continuous support. Well, today, Wednesday, November 4, 2020, we will attend the ISI-ART International Webinar with 6 keynote speakers from 6 countries, 47 presenters from several countries. The first session is a webinar plenary section. The 6 keynote speakers will present their research. 2 of keynote speakers is presented with playback taping, and the next 4 are presented live. 2 keynote speakers present in a taping manner because there is a very significant time difference between the United States of America and Indonesia. This first session followed by Q&A. And the second session is a presentation and question and answer session, which will be presented by 3 selected presenters. This session will also consist of presentations and question and answers too. Furthermore, all seminar participants can also download PPT from all presenters on the page ecart.isisca.ac.id. And finally, welcome to all participants and nice to having all presenters. Please enjoy the seminar. Good afternoon. Best wishes to all of us. Om Swastiastu. Salam Namo Buddhaya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And this is what has been waiting for. Welcome speech and opening the ISI-ART 2020 by the Director of Postgraduate Program of ISI-Surakarta, Dr. Bambang Sunarto. Please.
Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Larry Polansky, Ph.D. from University of California, Santa Cruz, USA. Professor Adrian David Cheok, Ph.D., Director of the Imagineering Institute, Malaysia. Professor Adzrool Ismail, Ph.D. from Universiti Utara, Malaysia. Professor Arsenio Nicolas, Ph.D. from Mahasarakham University, Thailand. Professor Marzanna Poplawska, Ph.D. from Bialystok University, Poland. Professor Santoso, Ph.D. from Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Surakarta, and all of the presenter and participants that cannot be mentioned one by one. Today, for the postgraduate program of the Indonesian Institute of the Arts, Surakarta, is a happy day because we can hold an international online seminar. Initially, we planned to carry out the seminar outside of the online network. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to change our plans. We changed the format of the seminar to become a webinar. Honorable keynote speaker, presenter, and participant. This seminar is a continuation of the annual seminar that we have always had since 2014. We always change its title and themes. This year, we choose the seminar title, International Seminar on Innovation in Art as Resonance of Technology and Science. The name of this seminar is given based on the awareness that art is a unity of functional meaning with science and technology. The naming of this seminar certainly has a meaning, namely that this seminar can involve the wider scientific community, especially to unify art, science, and technology into a system of knowledge needed in human life. We hope that this seminar can foster enthusiasm and academic attitude for the birth of innovation in art. Academic enthusiasm and attitude is necessity for the birth of innovation. Without academic enthusiasm and attitude, art innovation will never happen. Without the academic attitude and enthusiasm, innovation in art is only a mirage that deceives our mind. Honorable keynote speaker, presenter, and participant, on behalf of the postgraduate program, Indonesian Institute of the Arts Surakarta, through this opportunity, our thanks to Professor Larry, Professor Adrian, thanks to Professor Adzrool, Professor Arsenio, Professor Marzanna, and Professor Santoso, who took their time to fill this event into a meaningful forum. The presenters, who cannot name them all, they are people who deserve the highest appreciation. Of course, deep gratitude to the entire committee, deep gratitude to the entire committee of the seminar, who have seriously organized the seminar professionally. And last but not least, our thanks also to the rector of ISI-Surakarta, who made this seminar possible. Now, all the preparation of the ISI-ART 2020 seminar are ready. This means that the seminar needs to start immediately. Let the short tembang mark the start of the seminar. Sun wiwiti kanthi asma Gusti Allah, Gusti Allah ingkang sifat welas sarta asih. Congratulations on carrying out the seminar. Salam.
Sun miwiti kawetos mo Gusti Allah, Allah, Allah ingkang sifat welas sarta.
Gentlemen, we are going to have two sessions ahead. There are panel session and parallel session. For the panel session, there will be 6 keynote speakers. The panel session will be led by Arifika Listia as the moderator.
Plays an important role to that. Eventually, it's hoped that this development point of view of our keynote speakers, how this topic is such an important to be delivered to us at the session 1. The plenary session will run for 20 minutes for every keynote speakers. Allow me to remind you in order to keep the session on time. At the end of the plenary session, there will be an opportunity for you all to ask questions to our honorable keynote speakers. You may write your question in the chat room, and then I will select the questions to be asked to our keynote speakers. Then our speakers will respond after the presentation. Afterwards, it is time for the session 2 when selected presenters will be presented their papers and ideas. So, we'll get right on with it. But first of all, allow me to introduce each of our honorable keynote speakers in the beginning of their presentations. It is Professor Dr. Larry Polansky. Larry Polansky is a composer, theorist, performer, editor, writer, and teacher. He is Emeritus Strauss Professor of Music at Dartmouth College, Emeritus Professor of Music at the University of California, USA. His many solo CDs are available on New World Records, Artifact, Cold Blue, and other labels, and his music is widely anthologized elsewhere as well. His works are performed frequently around the world. His articles are published widely in journals such as Perspective of New Music, the Journal of Music Theory, the Computer Music Journal, the Musical Quarterly, as well as many other publications. Okay. He is recipient of a number of prizes, commissions, and awards. As a performer, primarily as a guitarist and mandolist, he has premiered and recorded important contemporary works. And in 2010, he wrote the score for Stacy Steers' Night Hunter, an experimental animation chosen for the Telluride and other film festival. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Larry Polansky.
Hi, this is Larry Polansky, and thank you for inviting me to the Sustainability of Creativity and Art Studies in Digital Technology Revolution. I'm going to talk about one specific piece entitled Bedoyo Sadra, Bedoyo Guthrie, which was composed by computer while I was living in Surakarta in 1988-89. There are two versions of the piece. I'll be focusing mainly on one of them, which is much smaller. It's just for pelag gender, kemanak, and clarinet. The other version is for a large choir, lots of soloists, full Javanese gamelan, and kemanak. So I'm going to focus on this smaller one. Bedoyo Guthrie, Bedoyo Sadra, is a piece that uses what I call morphing. That is a continuous translation between, say, two melodies or two rhythms. That is turning one thing into another thing gradually. And that's the compositional method used here. I'll just read you my introduction here. Bedoyo Guthrie, Bedoyo Sadra is a set of computer-generated transformations of two melodies. Woody Guthrie's Ranger's Command, and a melody written by the Indonesian composer Wayan Sadra. I want to interject here that Sadra who passed away some years ago, was perhaps my closest friend when I lived in Central Java, and a composer that I admire tremendously, and a creative and thinker and artist as interesting as anyone I've ever known. So I had asked Sadra to participate in this piece as the co-composer, and he is credited whenever this piece is played as the co-composer. The work is a study in the mutation of one melody to another by means of simple melodic or morphological mutation functions. That is to say, by mutation, changing one thing into another. In this case, it's changing the Woody Guthrie tune into the tune that Sadra wrote, or vice versa. I asked EY and Sadra to write a Pelog melody with the same rhythmic structure as the Guthrie melody, but which would present interesting possibilities for transformation. He generously wrote several such melodies, one of which is used in this piece. I'm showing excerpts from a much larger paper about this piece that was published in Perspectives of New Music many years ago. It's quite extensive, and it's also somewhat mathematical, so I thought I'd just pull out a few examples of ideas in the paper. This is the melody for Ranger's Command, the Woody Guthrie tune. The Woody Guthrie tune is about a woman who goes along on a cattle drive, and when they are attacked by rustlers in the middle of the night, a rustler is a cattle thief in the old American West. She wakes up and exhorts them or encourages them to get up and fight back. So this is the first, just a sample of the melody of that tune. And you can see that it's also in Kepatihan, not exactly Kepatihan, but number notation in the clef below, which is just the slentem part, I believe, in this example. Here are all the words to the Woody Guthrie song, which is one of my favorite American songs. And what attracted me to this and to the notion of Bedoyo is that both of those musical forms, the cowboy song in this case, and the dance form, the Central Javanese dance form of Bedoyo, both of these musical forms are about women warriors, are about empowering women to do something that maybe is a little unusual in the culture. Certainly, Ranger's Command is has a kind of an ironic message behind it, which is that there's this bunch of tough cowboys driving cattle across the country, and it's the one woman in the group who encourages them to fight back and to protect themselves and to protect their job, which is the bringing of cattle across the country. So this is just the verses to the Woody Guthrie song, and you can see that at a certain point she says, "Come all you cowboys and don't ever run as long as there's bullets in both of your guns." It's a very beautiful song, even though it's about fighting in the Wild West. What I use to make the piece are what I call mutation functions, which take a source and a target. In this case, two melodies. One would be the source melody, one would be the target melody, and one would be the Guthrie and one would be Sadra, or it might reverse and go back. And then I have these functions that try to find a path between the two melodies and give you something in between at some distance between the source and the target. It might be starting out from the source and just a little bit different than the source, or it might be approaching the target and be just a little different than the target. This page is a brief description of how that works. This is a more complicated explanation, again from the article and perspectives, about these mutation functions and how they work. And I don't expect anyone to immediately understand what this is about, but just think of it as a simple way to change one melody into another. But it's also a very formal way, and that's why the computer is able to do it and to do some very interesting things. This is, again, the Woody Guthrie song, and also shows the rhythm of Sadra's melody, both in Western notation and using the Kepatihan numbers. This is the last slide, and after I explain this a little bit, I'm simply going to let the whole piece run. I'm going to play it over my computer into this video recording. It's about 9 minutes long, so I'm not going to say much more. I will say that when I returned to the United States from Indonesia after a brief stop in Melbourne, where the Astra Choir performed the large version of this piece, my close friend, composer Daniel Good, one of the founders of Gamelan's Son of Lion in New York, and an extraordinary clarinetist and composer, decided to make his own clarinet version of the piece. And this is that score. So this is all the transformations of one melody to another. You can see the darkened ones are either the source or the target. G stands for Guthrie, S stands for Sadra. Dan performed this many times, and we often performed it with me playing Pelad Gender, not with any classical Chenkak or with any sort of formal plan. I simply improvised using all the Chenkak I knew on Gender, which wasn't that many, although I studied with Sukamso for a year when I was in Surakarta. And so I'm playing the Gender and Dan is playing these melodies. And often we're in unison, or I'm listening to him and making the Gender accompany what he's doing. But in the recording of it, we also added Kamanak. I have a set of 3 bronze Kamanak, and they're sort of keeping some kind of beat or some kind of time. It's a very specific one, and it's very, very regular. And the Kamanak, the 3 Kamanak, simply explore all the possible ways that those 3 differently tuned Kamanak could be played in a set of 3. That is, all the possible combinations of the 3 Kamanak are heard in the piece. When we do this piece live, we can't do that because he's busy playing clarinet and I'm busy playing Gender. But in the studio, we were able to add the Kamanak part. So at this point, I think I've pretty much said all I want to say about this piece. It's, except that with regard to the subject of this webinar, this piece was written on a computer in my house in Central Java, in Surakarta. And everything I did, I tried very hard to show it to musician friends like Sadra or Kamso or whoever. There were a lot of great musicians around us at the time, and I tried to share the ideas whenever I could. I was clear that the computer code itself, which is pretty complicated, wasn't something that I could teach anyone, but I could show people ideas and give examples of how they work. And in fact, this piece kind of emanated from that, from conversations with Sadra, who is brilliant. I mean, he's not trained in computer science, but he understands that or understood things very, very quickly. And I was lucky and honored to have him as a friend and as a colleague. So now I think I'll just play the piece, and hopefully this doesn't go too long. So here it is, Bedoyo Sadra, Bedoyo Guthrie, version for solo clarinet, Pela Gender, and Kamanak. So that was the piece, Bedoyo Sadro, Bedoyo Guthrie. And again, I'd like to thank the people running this webinar for inviting me and letting me be part of it. It's been very nice to think about this old piece and its connection to Central Java and also technology. So thank you very much.
Professor Dr. Larry Polansky do, whom collaborate traditional art, music, and technology of audio into a beautiful gamelan instrument. The next great keynote Art, Surakarta, Indonesia. First, I will read his bio. He is a professor at Indonesian Institute of Art, Surakarta, Indonesia for the ethnomusicology program. He is graduated in ethnomusicology program at the University of California, Berkeley, USA. He received his Master of Arts at the University of California, USA. He writes books and research papers of musical. He was also presented his paper in seminar. He teaches gamelan for traditional dance performance and wayang in many universities in Asia, Australia, and America. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Professor Santoso Soewarlan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, today I'm going to talk about a very small topic about keroncong music in Surakarta. This paper is actually based on my research done about in the last 2 years, and in that time, I visited the group. It is not very far from my house. It's only about 20 minutes away from my house. So I visited that group once a week in their rehearsal, and also interview some musicians, and also participated in some performances. Today, the title of my paper is Solidarity Formation Among Youth Keroncong Musicians in Baron area in Surakarta. Okay, what I'm going to talk about is I would like to explore how youth musicians of Barona in Baron Gede area, southwest of Surakarta, Indonesia, how they manifest solidarity through performance. So again, I would like to discuss, to explore about how they manifest or express solidarity through performance. Solidarity is a category that is often used in performance to emphasize the unity of the group. I found that there are some subcategories. The idea comes from the complexity of the performance. Just as a rule, performances, whatever arts you have, usually they have many meanings, many connotations in their performance. So musicians are aware of this, and of course, audiences are also aware of that kind of thing. So that's why, since in the performance there are so many connotations, I was thinking that those connotations work in a certain way for certain musicians, for certain people, and for certain audiences. So I'm thinking of it is possible that in a performance, musicians intend to create solidarity as a category that is used in that performance. So I found that in keroncong performance, especially the music that I observe, there are 5 subcategories: partnership, social bond, shared interest, sense of unity, and social cohesions. Those 5 subcategories play a role in the formation of the solidarity. Those 5 subcategories are interdependent one another, so they are not came out on the performance as an individual category, but they are part of other categories. So those 5 subcategories become play some role in the formation of the solidarity. Those subcategories also maintain the cohesiveness of the group and the community. So musicians are usually aware of this kind of thing, and they just play the music by maintaining the cohesiveness of the group. Also, they internalize these 5 categories to reach what they want to perform in the performance. Okay, before we move on, I would like to show you a rehearsal of the group called Baruna. You saw there the name of the group posted on the wall, and it is right in the veranda of one of the members there. So it is a very relaxed situation, and it is just they practice this once a week, every Friday evening. So please. Music. Okay, so it was, yeah, well, it was one of the rehearsal at in the evening, right on the place where they usually come together. So basically, there is no such strict membership in that, because memberships is fluid in the sense that everyone can go there and join and play and also sing. So basically, it is a very not strict. It is not strict. There is no membership, and the organization was not funded. They just when they want to play, they just play it, and there is no formal organization and so on. So Keroncong was. I would like to give you a little background on the Keroncong. So the Keroncong, especially for those who are not familiar yet with the Keroncong came to Jakarta. Yeah. So it was in the Portuguese colonialization, and at that time it was in 16th century. And there is a very short history about this kind of music, because at the time there was no good recording on that. And of course, in 16th century, it was not many people had such recording equipment. Okay, and of course, at the time, not many people were interested in this kind of music, because this music was supposed to be kind of low tradition. Many people at the time intend to investigate big tradition, that they think that there's a practice of high culture, and everything should be high culture, high culture, and that is what happened at that time. And nowadays, what happened nowadays? Nowadays, Keroncong become widespread, not only in Jakarta, but also in Java, all over Java, right? Central Java, East Java, and so on, even Sumatra, Bali, and some areas of Kalimantan. So what makes this kind of music become popular is that there are many institutions all over Indonesia, especially institutions of the arts who study all of these Keroncong music, and they also perform a lot in that area. So now it's becoming attractive for people. In social context, Keroncong, of course, as I said, have meanings, have so many meaning connotation in its context. So it is a means of manifesting solidarity among other social categories. So when they perform, when they rehearse on stage, they share skills, they share knowledge, they share orientation. So basically they intend to get together using music. Their participation is used to reach the common goal for those people. So in a way, this is a means of competition among members, among audiences, intending to express the most relevant interpretation of their artistic creation. Okay, the context of the performance is fluid. So it is not a very strict performance usually. So because when they perform, they just follow the situation that the owner want to perform. So they try to emphasize relationship, such as companionship, and so on. So in daily categories, so they also try to manifest or to express such some categories such as friendship, kinship, affinity, and so on. The main goal is to reach unity among those people, especially for those who perform the music, and also for audiences, and also for people who come to that performances. So I would like to mention one very specific category in this paper, that they intend to construct the concept of solidarity. Okay. So they construct ideas, they construct concepts, they conduct social interactions, and so on. So basically, performance is a kind of social interactions, right? So as I said, membership is not formal. The status of organization is fluid. Okay. Also, you, friends, and so on, amateur, professional may join in that group anytime, especially in the jam session. Especially once a week, every Friday, I can come anytime. Not necessarily at the beginning of the program, but I come at the end of the program. So it is a very relaxed situation. Okay, next, okay. The role of keroncong in ritual and also in ceremonial event. Keroncong try to underlie the norms that presents in the community. They also create atmosphere for audiences. The performance especially associate with religious institutions, such as church. Some students reported that there are many churches that use keroncong as a means of getting relevant situation, relevant meaning for the church. So in a way, it is an alternative way for worship music in that community. Also in celebration, there are many events that celebrated by this kind of music. 17 Agustus, Independence Day, right? Celebration of the important days in a certain area, for example. But I also would like to mention that performance of keroncong foster the formation of some relevant categories. Okay. Okay, I will come to the formation of solidarity among Baruna Keroncong community. So this is the main focus that I would like to express in this paper. So I will start with idea that in performances or performances are multi-dimensional entity. So what that means that they have many aspects when we listen to that keroncong, so we can think of multi-dimensional entity that allow people to see that performance from different angles or different perspective, right? So we always see that in a performance there are many scholars, many researchers come to the come to the performance, and they each intend to get an idea, to get the data using their own angles and perspective. Okay, so solidarity is a unity as a group of class that is based on community interests, objective and standard. Using social categories, musicians make sense of subcategories. So the idea is that, as I said, in performance, there are categories, a lot of categories, partnership, friendship, dignity, and so on. And there are also so many subcategories. Yeah. All of those categories are there, right there. When people perform, when musicians perform on stage, they create those categories in that performance, right? These categories exist in the same social setting, so they can have relationship in a specific situation, depending of perspective of the researcher. So to activate this performance, these categories, musicians need to be in the same mood, such as in performance states. So again, this is a means of exploring the categories. Okay, for example, musicians create a patterns of relationship among musicians. Performance also facilitate values in specific meaning, specific setting, or they can also enhance ideals in that community. That's why I think those things are the reason why keroncong performance is always used in many contexts, right? So keroncong musicians also generate idea in a network of categories. So I mentioned about network. This is important because if you think of categories, categories is just everywhere in that performance. So it's scattered of everywhere, but among those categories, there are a certain network, right? Network of category. So each category has certain relationship with others. So one category relate to other categories or subcategories and making them complex phenomenon. So in performance, we can see there is always a complex phenomenon. So in order to understand the phenomenon, I try to think of network of categories, okay? I'm going to talk about now about what they think when they play music. So playing music is often thought of as expressing solidarity. So when they play, they feel that they create solidarity that need to be experienced by people in that performance. Okay. So a question rises, how musicians create such category in performance setting, right? They use music as a means of collecting potential energy. So I'm thinking of performance as having energy, having a power that we can talk about. The presence of performance on stage, the meaning of events, the personal orientation, etc., are materials for making sense of such energy. What that means, it is also means of enhancing the connection between anything happen on stage. Okay, performance. I'm going to talk about performance, especially how performance happen. Okay, performance are the center of the events in which musicians make sense of the stage. So this is the way they make sense of the stage and make sense of audiences, make sense of events, and so on. So what is important here is that performance inspire ideas in that specific setting. Performance also develop atmosphere of performance that foster social categories. It is also a means of developing companionships in a group. There are many other functions, other meaning of the performance. Another one is that to share individual consideration in which musicality conciliate aspect of performance. Also, performance try to make sense of the surrounding environments. Okay, when I listen to the performance, as I said, I just have a very complex meaning, connotative meaning, complexity in meaning. There are complex also categories. So there are hundreds of categories, if you want to say. So when I was in the performance, I try to get what are important categories that create a certain network, yeah, in their mind or in my mind, right? So there are 5 actually subcategories that exist there. So those are I think it, I believe it as an element of solidarity. So solidarity is formatted at certain way using elements of categories, right? So there are 5 pertinent subcategories. So in the later, I will show you how those category are interconnected one another to create solidarity. So you see in that figure that there are 5 categories: partnership, social bond, shared interest, sense of unity, social cohesion. All of those exist, among others. There are many other categories that I don't think it is so relevant to the topic that I'm going to talk. So all of these exist. Those 5 categories exist in performances, every performances. So this is my idea. Okay, next. Okay, so performances is about many things. Yeah, about many things. About energy. It's about categories. Yeah, all of those. So exist in that. So it is important to note that musicians try to make category sense, make a category meaningful in the performance context. So when I say categories, what that means? It means that many things, people or things that have commonality. So things that have something or many things in common are categories. So I'm using 5 subcategories to formulate solidarity. So I would like to mention again, partnership is important, social bond is important, shared interest, sense of unity, and social cohesion. Okay, first, partnership. They share partnership to position themselves in a particular atmosphere. So individual musician does not orient on themselves, on oneself. They orient and adjust individuality in a group. That's what I mean by sharing partnership. So they are in the inner relationship, resulting in a solid power and performance. They also elaborate collective effort to build the dynamic of performance. So performance is basically not just something that you do on stage without any intention, but it is embodied, it is technologized, it is staged intensively. They intend to make it happen by purpose, not by accident, okay? Next is social bound. To performance stage means to make auditory experience to be an intense orientation of musical system. Through an intensive process of group, it becomes an ideal medium to embody the experience of living. So when we are in the performance, we can feel the life of people, the life in a community. So basically, they have to have some kind of mutual respect, okay? And they also, okay, next, number 3, shared interest. So this is the kind of, they intend to share all of the interests together with all of other members. Next. Okay, this is important. So they also feel a sense of unity, right? So they become one member as a whole. So they are aware of the companionship in a musical sense. And this category is eventually create a musical system in which all of the members work in similar mode. Okay, so since all of the members of musicians feel oneness, unity in performance, they can feel a sense of unity in a special musical atmosphere. Okay, number 5, social cohesion. This is one of subcategories that need to be noted because people always mention about this. Social cohesion. When they perform, they become one big family. So basically, social cohesion will cover 2 things. The absence of latent conflict. They don't have any conflict anymore when they perform, and the presence of the social bond. So they feel better in that community. Okay, so this is the figure that I'm talking about so far. So this is the process of the formation of the solidarity. So solidarity is right in the center of the process, and that those five categories are interrelated one another. So there should be some arrow between subcategories in order to get into the solidarity concept. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
current project is on musical exchange between India, China, and Southeast Asia, papers of which have been published and presented in several conferences in Indonesia, Japan, Beijing, and Busan. After completing music studies at the University of the Philippines in Diliman, Quezon City with Professor Jose Maceda, he pursued studies in gamelan, dance, and wayang at the Akademi Seni Karawitan Indonesia, now Institut Seni Indonesia in Surakarta, Central Java, Indonesia in 1979 to 1983. He continued research work in Bali with the sponsorship of the Akademi Seni Tari Indonesia, now ISI. He has conducted music research in cooperation with the Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, LIPI, National Museum of Ethnology, Osaka, Japan, Kyoto University Center for Southeast Asian Studies, Japan, the National Center for Archaeological Research, Jakarta, Indonesia, and Mahasarakham University, Thailand. He has received funding for research and studies from the Department of Music Research, College of Music, University of the Philippines, Department of Education and Culture of Indonesia, the Ford Foundation, Institute of South Asian Studies, as well as others. He has conducted music research since 1973 with field studies in the Philippines, Java, Bali, West Malaysia, Japan, United States of America, Cambodia, and Thailand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Arsenio Nicolas.
Republik Indonesia pada waktu itu melalui Biro Kerjasama Luar Negeri dan Ford Foundation. Sore ini saya mau membicarakan suatu masalah yang saya anggap sebagai saya tidak bisa buka share saya.
Share screen, please, Dr. Arsenio.
Ada kesulitan share PowerPoint saya, tidak keluar. Ini. Saya ingin membicarakan musik dan seni pertunjukan dalam era digital sekarang yang kita bicarakan sebagai tema dari seminar ini. Setelah terbentuknya negara bangsa di Asia Tenggara, pelestarian, pengembangan, dan promosi berbagai bentuk musik, tarian dan teater, serta sastra, berpindah ke pemerintah, lembaga seni, dan yayasan baru. Beberapa dekade dari pertengahan abad 20 hingga saat ini muncul interpretasi baru berdasarkan bentuk tradisional. Beberapa faktor membuat perubahan dan transformasi seni tradisional di Asia Tenggara adalah kebangkitan negara bangsa, pengenalan pendidikan musik barat dan sistematis, dan kebangkitan ekonomi kapitalis musik, memudahnya musik komunitas pedesaan, dan urbanisasi daerah terpencil, dampak dari gerakan budaya, sosial dan agama, dan mobilitas musisi dan artis di seluruh dunia akhir-akhir ini, termasuk media massa dan internet. Pada periode klasik, pemberitaan musik tertulis dalam prasasti, karya sastra, dan terpahat dalam relief candi. Masa kini data musik tersebar luas melalui penerbitan, gambar, video, film, yang sebagian besar kini semakin tersedia di internet. Tetapi dari sisi lain, ini adalah bahwa musik yang terancam punah, seperti budaya dan bahasa yang terancam punah, tetap menjadi bagian yang tak ternilai dari warisan musik dan budaya kita, walaupun banyak di antaranya tidak lagi dipraktekkan atau bahkan diakui. Meskipun pembicaraan ini tidak dapat sepenuhnya dapat membahas perubahan musik, pergeseran musik, dan kehilangan musik, sebagaimana disebutkan di atas, dua contoh dari studi di Jawa dan Bali, tahun 79 sampai 86, tahun 2009, dan di Thailand tahun 87, dan mulai dari tahun 2009 sampai sekarang, akan melukiskan gambaran umum fenomena musik ini dengan bahan yang diambil dari data lapangan, perpustakaan, dan arsip, serta internet. Salah satu ciri dari studi ini adalah persamaan sejarah di antara Jawa dan Bali dan Thailand, di mana tradisi musik istana, pura, dan desa yang kuat bertahan hingga saat ini, dan bagaimana karya-karya baru yang telah diciptakan diambil dari warisan adat ini dan telah memperkaya dunia musik kontemporer. Namun, ada ketegangan dan ketidaksesuaian yang dari waktu memicu wacana kritis dalam pembentukan estetika baru. Sebelum saya melanjutkan ini, saya mau memperlihatkan pada saudara-saudara pengalaman saya dalam penelitian musik mulai dari tahun 73 sampai sekarang. Barangkali saudara belum pernah lihat alat-alat ini yang saya pernah gunakan mulai tahun 73 sampai 86, yaitu magnetic tape dan tape recorder. Ini Nagra full track stereo recorder yang cukup canggih waktu itu. Ini stereo, ini 3 recording heads untuk stereo. Dan pada waktu itu agaknya memang mahal sekali. Selain dari itu, kita juga menggunakan kaset tape dan Sony Walkman cassette recorder dan stereo cassette recorder. Saya bersama dengan teman-teman Pak Supangga, Pak Rustopo, Pak Santoso, Pak Sri Hastanto, Pak Aloysius Suwardi, dan kawan-kawan lain pergi ke lapangan waktu itu. Dan kami membawa yang seperti ini sekarang. Yang kedua, sekarang ini, apa yang kita bawa? Sekarang kita membawa high resolution portable stereo recorder, professional video camera, mobile phone, tablet, dan laptop. Jadi ini semua membuat kemudahan bagi kita sekarang. Tapi kita harus memperhatikan perubahan alat rekaman dan teknis dokumentasi yang melintas beberapa dekade mulai dari 70-an sampai sekarang. Yang tidak berubah atau yang tidak akan berubah adalah titik dasar kajian, yaitu musik itu sendiri. Yang direkam adalah bunyi, gambar dan suasana bunyi dan gambarnya, namun tetap yang dilihat dan diamati adalah masih manusia sendiri. Dan bagaimana manusia menciptakan musik, bagaimana manusia membentuk suatu dunia hanya dengan membunyikan, melakukan, menarikan inti dari kehidupan manusia itu sendiri. Dalam kurun waktu sekitar 40 tahun antara 79 dan 22, dapat kita amati perubahan pada musik Jawa dan Bali dan Thailand. Kondisi dari pengalaman dari lapangan sudah berubah dan bervariasi sepanjang periode ini dan memberikan wawasan tentang cara data musik dan pengetahuan musik yang dapat diperoleh. Penyajian musik di desa, pura-pura, pusat keraton dan istana dan perkotaan saat ini sudah atau masih dinamis dan semarak seperti tahun 80-an. Pada tahun 2009-2010, saya mengadakan peninjauan kembali ke lapangan musik di Jawa, Bali, Malaysia, dan Thailand yang dilakukan dengan menggunakan ponsel, perekam digital, kamera video, dan laptop. Kemudahan internet dan teknologi digital baru-baru ini mengubah cara studi lapangan dalam musik yang dapat dilakukan, karena informasi sekarang dapat diperoleh dalam sekejap. Berbagai bentuk teknologi ini menghasilkan gambar digital yang tak terhitung jumlahnya, termasuk selfie dan cuplikan video, dan hanya sebagian kecil yang diunggah dalam situs jejaring sosial, sehingga kita tidak mampu membuat arsip suara dan visual yang lengkap. Dalam beberapa kasus ada larangan bagi orang luar untuk mengambil segala bentuk fotografi dan rekaman atau masuk ke ruang upacara tertentu. Namun demikian, lapangan ini kita telah membuka ruang untuk semua orang penduduk lokal, turis, dan peneliti. Banyaknya informasi yang tersedia untuk studi musik belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya, meskipun nilai etnografis dan makna kontekstualnya tetap tidak jelas dan sulit dipahami. Setelah 40 dekade terakhir ini, semasa terlibat dengan dunia digital, sudah jelas bahwa tidak ada yang bisa menggantikan kerja lapangan dan pengalaman langsung untuk musik in situ. Meningkatnya pengaruh dan penyebaran jaringan digital sama sekali tidak mengancam cara kita memahami fenomena musik. Itu hanya menggantikan kesempatan kita untuk menikmati musik dalam konteks sehari-hari. Ketersediaan perjalanan yang lebih mudah, dana hibah, ketersediaan peralatan baru digital, perekam digital, kamera digital, dan laptop dan tablet, termasuk jaringan internet yang semakin melebar ke pedesaan. Semua itu telah mengubah cara kita berperilaku, sebagaimana mengadakan kerja lapangan, cara berpikir, dan memandang tentang sifat dan konteks musik. Terlepas dari perjalanan yang mudah dan iming-iming etnomusikologi jet set itu ya gampang terbang kemana-mana. Studi lapangan tetap menjadi pendekatan yang paling sah untuk mempelajari musik dan budaya. Perkembangan ekonomi yang pesat di Asia telah memberikan pemerintah dan universitas untuk mendanai banyak konferensi, festival, dan pertunjukan, yang juga memungkinkan akademisi dan publik untuk menjadi akrab dengan musik yang sebelumnya tidak dikenal, membawa grup dari banyak tempat, memungkinkan untuk pengalaman langsung dalam ruang teater, dan akhirnya menciptakan tempat untuk pertukaran studi dan kolaborasi. Mungkin salah satu kelemahan dan kemudahan ini adalah berkurangnya minat dalam kerja lapangan, di mana mahasiswa, peneliti, dan dosen dapat belajar dan mengalami dalam konteks dan secara langsung. Sementara pertunjukan dalam ruang teater menyediakan suatu tempat untuk rekaman yang sangat bagus. Semua pekerja lapangan berpengalaman akan bersaksi bahwa rekaman di lapangan memberikan data penting untuk analisa musik dan budaya. Tetapi rekaman di aula studio yang sangat baik secara akustik tidak memberikan validitas etnografi dalam bentuk apapun, tetapi hanya secara musikal dan bunyi. Tergantung pada peralatan rekaman yang tersedia, rekaman ini mampu untuk membuat analisis musik yang canggih, serta untuk menghasilkan rekaman yang sangat baik untuk kesenangan publik yang dapat memperoleh baik dengan hadiah atau penjualan komersial. Kerja lapangan dan kerja kursi dalam etnomusikologi. Ini dalam bahasa Inggris adalah field research dan armchair ethnomusicology. Armchair ethnomusicology itu karena cuma duduk di kantornya sudah bisa menulis. Banyak perubahan dalam gaya hidup dunia saat ini yang melibatkan pelaksanaan kerja lapangan di bidang etnomusikologi. Di masa lalu ada beberapa persyarat tentang bagaimana seseorang bisa menjadi seorang etnomusikolog. Yang pertama adalah studi lapangan jangka panjang selama 1 tahun atau lebih dengan mempelajari bahasa di lapangan dan memainkan musik sebagai syarat utama untuk memahami fenomena musik. Hal ini tidak lagi menjadi masalah saat ini. Terbukti dengan sangat sedikit penelitian tentang struktur musik dan teks lagu, serta wacana berbasis bahasa Inggris tanpa mengacu pada bahasa pemusiknya. Ada keterikatan yang berlebihan pada hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan identitas, ras, atau bangsa, jenis kelamin, kekuasaan dan politik daripada musik itu sendiri. Jadi I'm looking at the way writing in ethnomusicology now is more concerned with identity, with race, with gender, with power and politics, and not with the music itself. Apa yang terjadi dan bagaimana itu bisa terjadi? Pertama, sangat sedikit para peneliti yang akan mengabdikan dan mengorbankan beberapa tahun kerja tanpa jaminan pekerjaan di suatu universitas atau sekolah. Dalam keterikatan akademis yang semakin meningkat dengan dunia korporat universitas dan kehidupan sehari-hari, daya pikat romantis dunia eksotis kini sengah. Jadi yang saya katakan itu keterikatan etnomusikologi dengan eksotisisme. Eksotisisme itu apa ini ya? Seorang peneliti itu terpukau karena melihat sesuatu yang lain daripada budayanya sendiri, dari musiknya sendiri. Bahkan gagasan tentang etnografi lengkap seperti yang dipraktikkan oleh para etnolog awal yang mengabdikan bertahun-tahun belajar dan hidup dengan penduduk asli tidak dapat lagi ditiru. Saat ini, seorang antropolog dan etnomusikolog dihadapkan pada perubahan dari globalisasi untuk menggambarkan keadaan sebelumnya dan untuk menjelaskan perubahan yang terjadi dalam budaya atau budaya musik memerlukan teori dan metodologi baru. Kedua, melakukan kerja lapangan dewasa ini menjadi mahal dibandingkan dengan abad ke-20. Bagi siapapun untuk mencapai pekerjaan yang luar biasa, dibutuhkan dana yang besar, peralatan pencatatan mutakhir, data perjalanan, dana perjalanan, akses informasi pembelian buku dan jurnal, dan banyak faktor lainnya untuk menambah terhadap besarnya pengeluaran. Ketiga, seperti yang saya katakan tadi, keterikatan pada hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan identitas, ras, jenis kelamin, kekuasaan dan politik daripada musik itu sendiri merupakan gejala dari kesulitan mereka yang mempelajari topik-topik ini daripada mengarahkan tujuan studi ke musik dan masyarakat ataupun komunitas yang menciptakan musik itu sendiri. Studi musik dengan demikian menjadi batu loncatan menuju perkembangan wacana yang tidak mencerminkan realitas musik itu sendiri. Thailand, Jawa, dan Bali, arah baru dalam pertunjukan dan komposisi musik. Di Jawa dan Bali, tradisi musik yang terbentuk pada periode Indo-Jawa dari abad ke-10 hingga abad ke-15 berubah seiring dengan masuknya Islam dan diikuti dengan datangnya Eropa, khususnya Belanda, dan pada tahun ke-20, gejolak politik dalam pembentukan bangsa dan negara Indonesia, bangkitnya nasionalisme, dan kemudian fenomena gamelan Jawa dan Bali menjadi objek studi keilmuan dan wacana baru. Gamelan menjadi terlibat dengan tren dan arus global. Dari satu sisi musik ini menyederhanakan karena menjadi lebih tersaja untuk umum setelah dipelihara dalam batas-batas kehidupan keramatamahan dan klasisismenya serupa dengan apa yang terjadi di Thailand hingga sekitar 20 tahun yang lalu. Seni musik dilembagakan dalam pendidikan publik. Ada pergeseran dan estetika berorientasi keraton ke publik dan masyarakat luas, meninggalnya satu generasi musisi, penari, dalang, dan penulis yang terdidik dalam keraton, dan kebangkitan generasi baru yang terdidik di Akademi Seni Pertunjukan dan lembaga pemerintah. Seseorang mungkin merenungkan sifat perubahan jangka waktu dalam kaitannya dengan sejarah panjang dengan musik Jawa dan Bali selama dari 2000 tahun terakhir. Pergeseran dari budaya musik bambu ke musik gendang perunggu dan gong perunggu dan penggunaan baru-baru ini dari suara yang dihasilkan secara digital telah mengubah penyajian musik. Hingga masuknya listrik dan pengaruh eksternal lainnya di banyak desa di kedua pulau tersebut, kehidupan sehari-hari masyarakat berkisar pada pertanian, upacara, dan pesta komunal. Seperti di banyak tempat lain, penciptaan musik sekarang mengikuti perkembangan kependudukan, mobilitas jet set, dan lanskap virtual, dunia fana atau soundscape. Apa yang kita amati dan menganggap sebagai sesuatu yang nampak, yaitu bunyi dan musik, gambar dan pengamatan indera, dan meninjau dari dekat atau dari jauh sebagaimana suatu peristiwa sedang membuka cakrawala kita untuk masuk ke dunia yang diciptakan dengan bunyi, gerak, dan pok dan besar penciptaan rasa dan nalar. Namun dari sisi lain, masih ada yang tidak nampak, yang tidak terjangkau, tidak dapat dibedakan yang mana yang nampak dan tidak nampak, yang wadah dan tan wadah. Terima kasih banyak.
Dari Dr. Arsenio Nicolas, kita mendapati bahwa memang teknologi digital sangat membantu dalam pengarsipan, sehingga informasi dan data-data dapat tersedia untuk generasi selanjutnya, termasuk dalam dunia musikologi. So now, it's the time for Professor Adzrool Ismail to present his ideas. But first, I will read his biography first. Please welcome Professor Adzrool Ismail.
I'll start now. What? Can I start now?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, right. Sure.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much, and I would like to share my screen first. Okay, the first one. Let me check with all of you. Either you can see the slide that has been prepared for all of us. It's about sharing the sessions for today's afternoon. Right? Can you see it, Mrs. Mas Chairman?
Yes.
You can see the slide, is it?
Yes, you can see.
All right, thank you very
Pretty clear. Yes.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, and very warm welcome to everybody. First of all, thank you very much to Mr. Chairman of ISI-ART 2020, organizing committee for the invitations for me to share. This is my first time joining ISI-ART 2020. Some of my view regarding this international seminar on arts, technology, and science, which is called incidentally very what we call it very suitable topics and very good theme that we can discuss this afternoon, right? But before I'll start, let go through about what we are facing today. I think the whole world now, we are talking about COVID-19. COVID-19 is a new challenge and also a new opportunity for all of us to explore and experience the sweets and the sour part of this life. So what is the relationship between COVID and what we are talking today? Right? We can see today there are a lot of new inventions, new improvements on the products, systems, and way of life that has been implemented in order for all of us to survive. I can see there are two senior panel previously, Mr. Prof. Arsenio, Nicolas, talking about music, and it's very nice, Prof. I'll see a lot of commitments and a lot of things that we can apply during the stress time now because of this pandemic COVID. And in arts and creative industry, what we can hope based on today's situations: no international flights. I really miss Indonesia. I used to travel oftenly before this. I think a year, more than 7 times I've been to Indonesia, right? But sadly this year I cannot be. It's actually very sad to me. No international trips, no cross districts activity, and no income. The most important thing is no income for the fine artists like us, right? In education systems, we can see the facilities our students to come to the studio or even enter the university. In Malaysia, the students cannot enter the university. I don't know in Indonesia. I think the same situations that happens, right? Because we are practice-based, we need to do skill-based, we need to apply our sketches and everything. So based on this pandemic, we cannot do anything. We cannot do much in arts. But we strongly believe that arts, especially in Indonesia, right? Every artist practice a lot. And we strongly believe that in art education, in art industry, practice make perfect. So what can we do? For me, arts, studies and technology revolutions nowadays make new generations more confused. More confused. We can see my slides today. You can see the basics of fundamental element and principle of design that apply, right? The repetitions elements. Okay, when we see this image, what cross our mind? It's make us confused. It make us shaking. It make us thinking about, is this image move or our mind, our mental is now moving? Same goes to this. Just now when we see the first image, we're talking about the basic element and principle of designs. But then when we see the second image now, it's apply of the element geometry that starts with what we call it the basics, science and technology, right? In arts. So that supports the statement saying that in future, in incoming art will create more confused, especially for those who would like to join this confused industry. That's my personal opinion. Right, so what we are talking today is actually we refer back to the history. I still remembers that my teacher, which is a fine artist until now, together with me, he says to me is that, Adzrool or Tom, art is science and science is the knowledge of life. And life without art is boring. Because life should be a beautiful thing. So art is a form of 1,000 language. And then when he talks about art is a language, where we are now. Art is actually a language of heritage. Art is actually a language of arts. Art is actually a language of media. Art is actually a language of functional creations. So there are 9 keys that we need to concentrate on if we would like to see the sequence between arts, sustainability, and also technology applications. So when we talk about language in arts, it's indirectly develop the culture in life. What are the cultures that we are talking today? What are the cultures that form the moral of the future? Okay, so for me, this is the things that we need to concentrate. We need to see it as a persons, as a humans that are practice art in life. Next, language in arts, we also name it as a non-verbal communications, medium which develop culture and educates others for the future. Technology in arts, what is the significance? According to Kamaruzaman Mat Isa, it starts in 1960 with digital arts, with artistic approach, use digital technology as part of presentations process. It starts with computer arts and multimedia arts during the times. We call it new media art. So this is what we call it, the culture wheels that influenced by the technologies. We can see the circle of it, okay, greater community, knowledge, story, language, traditional and ritual, technique, skill, tools and object, the arts, right? Food and drinks, value, that all this actually, at the end of the day, will develop greatest community. But by approaching, by having a nice technologies today, right? Do we still think that we are in the right tracks applying arts? Do we still that the arts that we apply is actually produce or create another identity? That's before this we know that our identity is actually more confused when we talk about art. For example, kalau boleh saya berbicara berkenaan dengan identity, okay? Bagaimana kita tengok kalau di Malaysia nasi lemak, identiti nasi lemak itu diambil kepada pattern, world pattern dan sebagainya, diletakkan boundary, oh ini nasi lemak sepatutnya menjadi hak ataupun menjadi milik negara Indonesia ataupun negara Singapura, for example. So we are very tight. We are the one who creating the boundaries identity. When we talk about arts, when we talk about approaching, we talk about tools in art. For example, batik. Every state, every country try to show that they are the one own the batik itself. But then we are not talking about the real identity of batik, who actually form and how it's been developed, how it's been separated to other country. And at the end of the day, the sense, the value of batik should be highlighted compared with the identities that we are argue among each other. So this what the conflicts that been rise for today. Same goes to what we call it, my area. My expertise is actually in photography. Okay, what happened to photography today? when we talk about arts, when we talk about technology. Technology today is actually killing the value of the photographer, the value of the photography world itself, the value of the fundamental of arts and photography itself. So this is what we call it. If there are no check and balance between arts, between technology, between continuities of togetherness of arts and technology. Next, right? So arts and technology is actually with us more than 60 years, because the first literature review saying that arts and technology has been combined since 1960. So what is the challenge when art and technology in creativity, right? What is the challenge when the arts and technology combine as a new creativity, the millennium creativity, okay? As an artist, art students and kids will have an identity problem. We are losing our own originality. We take things for granted. The value become more cheap, and maybe we lost the value. Kita hilang keaslian, nilai masterpiece, moral cerita sesuatu karya berbeza dan sukar untuk difahami oleh pembeli atau orang yang ingin memiliki sesuatu karya tersebut. Kualiti karya agung makin boleh dipertikaikan dan kuantiti karya seni agung makin berkurangan. Why this kind of things happens? Because of the value, because of the essence, because of the stigma, because of the technology sometimes makes things too easy for people, so that when the things too easy, they are not appreciate the sense of the sense of saying that is a very original artwork is lost. So generasi itu yang sedang berlaku, dan itu yang akan bakal berlaku pada masa hadapan. Dan the young generation, especially generasi hadapan, makin kurang asli kemahiran teknikalnya, kebergantungan kepada kemudahan teknologi. So when this kind of situations happens, right, where we are, di mana kita sekarang? Contoh, apabila COVID ini bermula, apabila penyakit wabak ini melanda seluruh dunia yang memberi kesan kepada lebih 40 juta rakyat dunia. Okay? Bagaimana industri seni? Bagaimana industri seni boleh terkubur sekiranya orang tidak boleh pergi ke galeri untuk melihat artwork. Okay? Orang tidak boleh pergi ke kelas untuk menghasilkan sesuatu masterpiece yang menarik. Orang tidak boleh praktis skillnya dengan cara ataupun mengikut jadual yang telah ditetapkan. So this what we need to think starting from today. Because of what? Because of the technology is actually create a lot of what we call it nice invention, but at the end of the day, there are certain things that we need to sacrifice. Okay, so I hope that everybody alert on these things. Then what should we do? Apa yang perlu kita buat? Right? For me, in my papers, what we need to do now is we need to going back to the very basics education process, going back to very fundamental of understanding what is art, what is the value of art, how we would like to appreciate the arts, and then how we would like to do a nice art. Because now we are talking about a lot of invention in arts, a lot of invention in creativity, but then I'm scared that we are lacking of the knowledge, the history part. Okay, kita hilang identiti, kita hilang ciri-ciri bagaimana kaedah menghargai dan apa itu asas seni, bagaimana seni itu bermula dan kenapa seni ini perlu dihargai. Adakah melalui penghujungnya ataupun resultnya, ataupun adakah proses untuk menghasilkan sesuatu karya agung itu perlu dihargai dengan nilai yang tinggi. So this is what we call it, just to to break. Art is an imprint of people, past, present and future civilizations. Okay. Kenapa karya agung seperti lukisan ataupun painting Mona Lisa masih lagi menjadi bualan di seluruh dunia? Kenapa masterpiece di sini perlu dikumpulkan di Barat? Dan kenapa Barat perlu menghabiskan kurang lebih 1 tahun lebih, closely $billion untuk art conservation, untuk proses pemeliharaan dan pemuliharaan sesuatu karya seni itu. Jadi itu yang kita perlu pertimbangkan. Baik, that's what should we do. Going back to the education process, we need to talk about on human behavior, attitude, knowledge, budaya lama, emotional, social influence, right? And circle of behavior. Tadi kalau kita tengok slide saya yang awal ini, saya tertinggal tadi, right? Yang mana kita kena tahu what is human behavior dalam seni. Artis, kita sebagai penghasil seni, pencipta karya agung. Okay? Bagaimana kita melihat rangkaian behavior, rangkaian perilaku kita ataupun aktiviti harian kita, iaitu kita bermula dengan ilmu, kita bermula dengan self-image, kemudian diikuti dengan attitude, self-efficiency, nerve, perceived risk, and then kita ada emotion, kita ada personal advocacy, and then kita ada social influence. Cuma sekarang, zaman sekarang, when we talk about social influence, what kind of influence that we need to alert from the environments, and then what kind of social influence that we need to join, we need to escape, we need to analyze, and we need to filter, and then what kind of filters that we need to put when we talk about social influence that indirectly will affect our knowledge base. So this is what we call it, the circle of behavior. So what should we do? Okay, how we would like to make a good print? Because kalau kata kita tengok sekarang, generasi-generasi muda yang bercakap tentang industri kreatif, yang bercakap tentang seni, bercakap tentang teknologi dalam seni, masing-masing mengistilahkan pemahaman, aplikasi, praktikal mereka kepada sesuatu gadget, kepada sesuatu kita cakap alatan teknologi, okay? Tanpa memikirkan apa kesan apabila kita terlalu bergantung kepada teknologi. Yang pertama, kita akan jadi pasif, attitude kita akan jadi pasif. Yang kedua, kita akan jadi ketagih, okay? Phone addicted. Kalau boleh kita check sekarang ni, kalau kata kita boleh tengok dekat iPhone kita ataupun dekat telefon, satu hari summary, kita boleh check dalam summary berapa jam, how many hours that we spend our eyes to the gadgets. Okay, kalau sebelum ni zaman saya masih belajar, saya masih ingat satu hari pensyarah mesti cakap pada saya, untuk jadi a good fine artist, untuk jadi a good drawers ataupun painters, right? You need to practice more than 8 hours to really find your stroke, really explore your mix, your color mixture. Kalau kata bahagian muzik tadi dengan keroncongnya dan sebagainya, berapa jam kita practice secara praktikal, dan macam mana kita explore note, dan macam mana kita cari tali yang menarik untuk menghasilkan bunyi yang sedap. But then today's the originality, the value of that practicality is actually missing. Because of what? Because of everybody is now passive. Passive to the what? Because of addicted to the technology. Kalau kita ambil selain daripada contoh arts, right? We can see the kids, anak-anak kita balik daripada sekolah waktu petang pukul 3, pukul 4, okay, mesti tengok TV, mesti tengok iPad, mesti tengok phone. And then pukul 5, pukul 6 tak nak keluar rumah, masih lagi dengan gadgetnya. Kalau zaman dulu, zaman saya masa kecil-kecil dulu, pukul 5, pukul 6 petang, okay, mak bapak memang halau keluar daripada rumah. Sebab tu saya lebih suka generasi-generasi yang lama. Okay, pergilah main bola sepak ke, pergilah berkawan, supaya we feel, we know. And then dari segi toys, we make our own toys. Okay, we create our own value of toys. But then now everything has been prepared to the future. So that's for me it's very worry because of what we are the one who creating, okay, who creating not aggressive generations in future, especially in arts. Because what? Because we are, hook or by crook, accept or not, we need to know that we are a persons that need to practice a lot. Okay, why art is important? Art is about experience. Why art is important? Art is uniquely individual. Art reflects the society culture. Art is always something. Art is dynamic. Art is creating the beauty of life. Art is nurturing, right? Nurturing the value of life. So we need to balance between arts, technology. That's why I say is that the theme of today's and this year ISI-ART is very good. Because of what? Because we can see the potential, the visibility of arts in technology. And then for me, I'm not saying that I don't like technology. I like technology, but it just matters of how we would like to balance it. We as an educator, we as a persons that are bridging between arts and the new generations, we need to consider this one. So for me, technology is important, but art is more important. Art needs to survive with more originality, more aesthetic value, appreciation, way of appreciation, and the value process that need to be highlighted. And then technology is what? Technology is an approach and tool that conserve the value of masterpiece. I am not against, I'm saying that I'm not anti-technology or technology without doubts, but make things more easier, more faster is good, but the value of producing the masterpiece for me is more important. Okay. So why we are talking, why I'm highlighting this, because I just coming back from one of a nice international conference, and they talks about creative industry, and the best part is art is actually a major role in the creative industry. And creative industry, there are two wings that been talking based on the COVID-19, right? Number one is about the economy, creative economy. Number two is about designing the service, okay? So in digital vortex creative industry policy, this is world data. The first prospects that can be penetrated by us, like artists in art, okay, and produce multi-billion business potential is about technology, products, and services, which what they are trying to highlighting is actually putting arts element in technology, product, and services. The second one is what is about media and entertainment. Media, like just now, that's why I listen to the Keroncong papers and also listen to the music. There are a lot of things that we can penetrate to the developing creative industry and creative, what we call it, service design. We designing the service that can fulfill, all right, and creating good money to overcome this COVID-19, all right. So this is what we call it, the final slides that I can share with all of you. But before I end my slide, okay, we can see the aesthetics, the aesthetic design, the aesthetic value of how visual, how arts, how photography before this, okay, that before the digital kill the photography industry has been developed, has been produced before this. All right. Let me stop share first, and then I would like to share with all of you, right? One of these video. I hope that we can gain some of good message that can be that from this video.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data.
Video tak nampak eh? Hello? Adakah kita masih bersiaran? Video tak nampak eh? Tak nampak? Sekejap eh?
Ya, tak nampak.
Okay, sekejap. Saya cuba share. It's a very good video, and it should be. Okay, let me share again. Boleh nampak hitam? Okay, baik.
Okay.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
So, jadi sebagai konklusinya, saya ingin menyatakan bahawa sustainability of creativity and art study in digital technology revolution is a very interesting topics and themes, and make us think where we are, what will happen. For me now, what we should focus and relate it is art in creative industry, generate or building up creative economy through the technology. Thank you.
Project a good civilization, good society, so that we can create a good identity. I agree that we must use technology maximally and wisely, so that arts and technology can be combined to make creativity sustainable. Now is the time for Dr. Marzanna Poplawska present her ideas. Like any other keynote speakers, I'll read her biodata. Marzanna Poplawska from Warsaw University, Poland. She holds degrees from Wesleyan University in the United States and Warsaw University in Poland. She has studied and taught in Poland, UK, Indonesia, Ireland, and the United States. Her primary interests encompass the musical tradition of Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and Central Eastern Europe, as well as acculturation or inculturation, music and religion, diaspora, and intangible cultural heritage. She is an active performer of Central Javanese music and dance. She was the first Polish recipient of Dharmasiswa Scholarship awarded by the Indonesian government to study Indonesian music, which she studied at the Institut Seni Indonesia in Yogyakarta. She published her work in many scholarly journals and edited collections. Her most recent publication is a monograph published in March of this year under the title Performing Faith, Christian Music, Identity and Enculturation in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Marzanna Poplawska.
I hope you can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, terutama saya ingin berterima kasih kepada Bapak Bambang Sunarto dan juga mahasiswa Institut Seni Indonesia Surakarta atas undangan untuk seminar ini. I'm really honored to be a part of it. Terima kasih, matur nuwun sangat. Today, the title of my talk is Music, Creativity, and Technology During COVID-19 Pandemic. Specifically, I would like to talk about a project that I am currently doing on music, creativity, and overall situation of music composers and musicians during the lockdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in the spring of this year. This project turned out to be quite personal for me because most of the people that I talked so far are people I know from the time of my studies in the United States and in Indonesia. For this project, I interviewed several composers and musicians to discuss the impact that the COVID-19 lockdown has had on music. As of now, I talked to 10 people, 4 female and 6 male artists from various countries. My intention was to reach a broader or more global perspective on this issue. 5 artists are from the United States, 2 from Europe, 2 from Japan, and so far 1 from Indonesia. This project relates primarily to experimental art and music, whose community is relatively small and perhaps in some ways even marginal when compared to the realm of popular music or Western art music. As an anecdote, one of the composers told me that when limits on the audience were introduced in Europe, in Germany and Holland, so there could be no more than 30 people at the concert, one of her colleagues said, well, that's normal, because usually there is about 30 people in the audience at experimental music concerts anyway. I would like to stress that this is still a work in progress, which is meant to be expanded, more inclusive, and possibly more comprehensive. I'm still processing the material that I have collected thus far and hope to still collect. Therefore, conclusions drawn in this talk are in no way final. They are not final also for the very reason that, as it turns out, the pandemic still continues. And in many places, people are experiencing what is called the second wave. Today, specifically, I would like to talk about the composers and musicians' experiences of music during COVID-19 pandemic, trying to gauge the situation as it relates to technology, which is the theme of the seminar. I will look at negative and some positive impacts, at creativity, shifts and innovations that made practicing music possible during the lockdown. I will also briefly talk about concepts of time, distance, and community as experienced during that time. I asked several different questions that relate to the nature of composers' activities during lockdown. Firstly, I was interested whether they experienced a significant change in their activities, whether they were engaging with music in new ways, and could any of these ways be transferred to the time after COVID-19? Undoubtedly, the pandemic has overall negative impacts on the economy, social life, as well as psychological health. It generated a great deal of anxiety, uncertainty, loss of jobs, and income, especially for musicians. The very first things that had been closed down were concert halls, theaters, and cinemas. Some of my interlocutors experienced the illness themselves. Some had family members who were ill with COVID-19. For most of them, the social networks that they were part of significantly shrank. Nevertheless, apart from difficulties, there had also been some positive aspects that I will present here. The third issue that interested me was kinds of projects that the composers and musicians were engaged with during the lockdown. Again, today I will mostly concentrate on the technological aspects of musical activities during that time. Lastly, I also asked the artists what kind of future they envision for music and musicians, whether the pandemic will change the ways music is done and experienced. I was especially curious whether any aspects of music making cannot be replaced with other tools and methods, especially in relation to technology. The composers' activities during pandemic range from composing, playing music for themselves at home, to performing, to listening to music. Their situation differed depending on the kind of activities they are usually engaged with, the kind of jobs they are doing. For everybody, the lockdown deprived them of income from concerts and performances. Some of their projects were postponed, others cancelled. Today, I will discuss only a few examples that demonstrate relationships between music and technology during the COVID-19 lockdown. First, I will discuss online experimental music performances and workshops, which are designed to be participatory. One of the activities that composers engaged during the pandemic was organizing the archives of their music, scores and sound files. While doing just that, a Japanese composer, Makoto Nomura, came across his own piece called Apples in the Dark, which he composed in 2018. A simple experimental piece, as he said. Originally, the piece was performed at a home concert. Nomura came up with an idea of adapting this piece for an online performance via Zoom software platform. He adjusted the title to new circumstances and called it Apples in the Dark or in Light. About 50 people from all over the world, Europe, America, Japan, joined the online performance, which involved eating apples at an individual speed. The audience was supposed to enjoy the accidental combination of the biting sounds. The piece ends when everybody is finished with eating their apples. Because the Zoom was designed and is more suitable for talking and holding conferences rather than music playing, certain unexpected outcomes made the performance surprising for the composer himself. Zoom sometimes omits the background noise. Therefore, if one is clapping, it cannot be heard because it is regarded as noise. The frequency is being changed. Therefore, when participants ate the apples, they could not hear the actual sound, but sound with special effects, which was akin to electroacoustic music, experimental or avant-garde music. All participants were very happy eating the apples and forming an extended community with those online and those at home, their partners, parents, or even dogs. The performance became a sound social workshop and an instance of global communication. This was Nomura's first experiment in online communication. Since then, he worked on many other online projects like that. They gradually expanded and became more complex. Kalau di sini bisa mempertunjukkan slide 1 dan 2. I was able to participate myself in one of such projects just a few days ago. It was called Teacup Gamelan, where people used various mostly percussive instruments as well as household objects, such as teacups and bowls. The piece moved through various stages. It lasted about 20 minutes. The participants were interacting with one another. It also involved vocal sounds and various noises. Here is the online recording. It was streaming live via YouTube. Teacup, a gamelan game with Pete Moser, a composer based in England, and Asia Pacific Community Music Network. And here is the actual realization of the Zoom that was while the concert, this interactive workshop, I might say, was streaming. Nomura describes this event as an apple-eating orchestra. It was an amazing experience for him, both musically and socially. He said that it was the first time for him since the lockdown to eat food with so many people together. The opportunity of not having to wear masks, to laugh freely, to communicate, to enjoy the sound and taste was priceless. Food and music combined together created a unique experience of community, which was facilitated by technology. In case of this performance, technological means simultaneously enhanced and altered the experience of music and the music itself for both the composer and the participants. Another activity during COVID-19 lockdown that involves technology and demonstrates their close relationship is streaming of concerts or live broadcast via Facebook or YouTube. For many composers, the quality of sound is the utmost value. In the case of online streamed concerts, that quality not always can be predicted. Therefore, some of the composers consciously choose not to engage in it. The streaming oftentimes even destroys the music which is being performed due to delays and other visual and audio disruptions. However, other composers and musicians still use this tool to gain visibility or to simply share their music. Sometimes the streamed concerts are excellent, but sometimes they are disastrous, unfortunately. The unpredictability in streaming of music that may affect the sound quality is the major weakness here. At the beginning of the pandemic, when restrictions were not aside, the Japanese Century Symphony Orchestra organized an online performance which was broadcasted from a concert hall in Osaka, without the audience present at the venue. In terms of technology, this online concert was managed by a Japanese streaming company. 20% of the audience turned out to be from outside of Japan, 10% from Tokyo, while regular orchestra concerts can accommodate maximum of 1,000 people because of the concert hall's capacity. This concert was watched by 10,000 people all over the world. During the concert, there was a live chat. Audience members were talking to each other about various issues, from more serious ones pertaining to the music being performed to joking about performance outfits. While European art music concerts are usually held in silence, the live chat made this concert very interactive. Consequently, it altered the social convention and added a new dimension to it. Makoto Nomura, whose piece for piano and accordion was performed during the pre-concert, mentions that at the end of this piece, there was a section where audience participate through clapping. He invited the online audience to join in. Even though he could not hear them, the audience members participated, and some of them even took videos of themselves clapping with the streamed music. This was a unique experience for the performers and the audience, and experience facilitated by technology. Another composer in Holland invited people to submit videos of themselves performing experimental pieces at home. There was a selection of experimental pieces with particular instructions how to perform them. without the notation. The composer intended then to make an installation from, or an exhibition from those videos submitted by different people. A different situation occurs when musicians participating in the concerts are based in different locations. Then the problems multiply. To actually play music over the internet, the technology needs still to be developed. Some trials are already on the way. For example, Yamaha is working on new software that would enable playing music online together without much delay. Streaming is also used for music talks and book presentations. These are of reasonably good quality, as people presenting mostly speak and alternate in doing so. Thus, music presents different set of challenges. Thanks to technology, the audience of music concerts can be significantly enlarged and the concerts gain a truly global reach. Therefore, the accessibility is very much enlarged too. The third example are music festivals. The pandemic forced the cancellation of many music festivals. However, some of them shifted to online versions. An example of such festival is Beast Feast 2020. The acronym BEAST stands for Birmingham Electroacoustic Sound Theatre. It is an experimental music festival organized by the music department at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Although shifting the festival online cost a lot of effort and work, the result was very satisfying for the participants and the organizers. Festival happened in early May after the lockdown had lasted for nearly 2 months. It was held over 2 days, 2 virtual days of music, meeting, and ideas. It involved pre-recorded talks, house-streamed concerts, and a lot of video editing to make the performances available via Facebook and other online platforms. Some pieces were put together by recording all of their parts separately and then made available online. The online festival was much more inclusive as it allowed participation of people who normally would not be able to join. It had more international audience, reaching out at greater distances. Scott Wilson, the director of the festival, emphasized the coming together of the community in this collaborative effort. The festival generated a great sense of community and provided a lot of positive energy, so the participants felt invigorated and renewed their purpose in doing arts and music again. It had drawn people out of their insularity and grimness of the whole situation. In this event, through the online platform, the music still fulfilled its uniting role of bringing people together. Nevertheless, some interlocutors emphasized that the online existence of music can be only temporary in such unusual situation as the lockdown. They see music's role, especially for small communities, such as composers and performers of experimental music, in bringing people together in face-to-face situations. Only then music can be truly uniting. And today we've already heard Professor Santoso Soewarlan speak about this role of music. The online community can be therefore only a temporary substitute and a temporary solution. Another form of existence of music and activities of composers and musicians is making recordings, mostly at home studios. Here, there is evidence of a small recording project that was done by Warsaw Gamelan Group during the lockdown. It involved gamelan and even gamelan toy instruments that some of the group members had at their homes because practicing and meeting was not possible altogether. The pieces were recorded individually by some members or put together by joining, combining the tracks recorded separately and then made in a whole entire piece. Some of the recordings made during lockdown are meant to be therapeutic, perhaps not extremely professional in terms of sound quality. However, distributed via Facebook, they provided enjoyment and stress relief. Music in this case served as a prayer. It was an intimate moment meant to bring healing and stress relief. Music served as a prayer. It was an intimate moment meant to bring healing and be shared with friends and their online network. Music is very much sensory experience. Thus, in the time of the lockdown, it would also bring comfort and reduce stress by even experiencing the vibrations and sound waves of music, either when it was actively played or just listened to. Some composers and musicians stress that recorded music is not the same as live or even streamed, despite usually not being able to see their audience. The performance can still feel the connection with those who listen at this very moment. Some composers and musicians, faced by the lack of usual promotional possibilities, were also distributing via social media, using technology and other online means, their composition scores and recordings, music, manuals, and books written by them. Most of the interlocutors emphasized that lockdown was by no means easy time. It was much less constructive and productive than one may have wished for. In summary, many of the music activities during pandemic would not be possible without advanced technology. The close relationship between music and technology poses several interesting questions which should be pondered further. One of them is perception of time and distance. Both time and distance became very much relative. During lockdown, the distance to the person across the street and across the ocean became the same. In other words, what was distant became close, and what was close seemed of exactly the same distance as what was far away. Einstein's theory of relativity may provide some useful references in terms of time and space, as well as simultaneity, being very much relative and flexible, and dependent to one's frame of reference. Another fundamental issue in need of reflection is community. Online communities have been a part of social experience for a couple of decades. Also, music online communities, which oftentimes bring together fans or specific music genres, bands, and performers. Also, film music. The possibilities of online communication have significantly expanded with the rise of social media. Music has been a part of that trend. The lockdown and the COVID-19 pandemic opened new communicational possibilities, but also exposed some problems in the interactions between music and technology. The low latency and high sound quality are crucial for online music performance. Technology is becoming increasingly sophisticated. It made possible many things already. However, music performance still presents a considerable challenge. In this report of sorts of a working project on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on music, I tried to bring up certain issues that are crucial to the discussion of the relation between music and technology. Since technology is developing rapidly, in a few months or a few years, some of the problems that I talked about here may be solved. Possibly others still may rise. In any case, technology has been already changing our views, perceptions, and experience of time, distance, and also community, and even music itself. When reflecting on the role of music and its relations with technology during the time of pandemics such as COVID-19, a few important questions can be posed. First, while considering the fundamental nature of the relation of music and time, we may ask how musicians can make music together online, especially in the case when the players depend on each other's reactions. If the perception of time differs between performers due to the distance that separates them, what tools can eradicate this problem? In what new ways people can make music? What new ways of communication would be most effective in these unusual circumstances? Because the pandemic seems to be a prolonged situation, will the ways of how music is shared, performed, perceived, and experienced change permanently? I suppose the future soon enough will most likely provide answers to these questions. So thank you for your attention, and I thank you for this opportunity to present my work in progress, my research on music and COVID-19. Terima kasih.
University, Poland. Okay, there are questions for you, Dr. Marzanna. One of them is from Carolina, USA. Is what is the benefit of doing for countries?
Hello, my name is Adrian David Cheok, and I'm currently in California, USA.
Okay. So once more, the benefits are several, but I would like to say that the online festivals are in no way equal to the real life festivals. I think there is no doubt about that, but in some cases, if the festivals are still being able to exist online, then the musicians can be paid, and this is the most real economic benefit for the musicians, performers, composers. The second one, as in the case of the Birmingham University and the music community that I talked about in this short paper, is just bringing people together. Because that festival was supposed to happen in real life, and the situation in March and April was changing from day to day. So 2 weeks before the festival was actually to happen, the committee undertook the decision that the festival will happen online. So there was a lot of work to be done, and the director of the festival, in my conversation with me, told me that perhaps not everything was perfect, not everything had, in terms of technological quality, as high quality as it would be in real life, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most important was to bring the people together, to give them at that time hope that music and art can be done, and that it does make sense, because we may sometimes people even ask, or we may ask ourselves as musicians, what is the sense of doing music now when people don't have work, and then people died, and then people are falling ill? But the sense is really deep in terms of bringing emotional relief and psychological relief, in terms of this therapeutic way that I also briefly mentioned. So going back to this example of Birmingham Festival, it did bring people together, and even they experienced this community and working towards a common goal more than in real life situation. That this particular very unusual, very unique situation actually brought in some ways the best in people, and they were able to come together and work together towards this common good. And it was very helpful at bringing hope for the participants, and also for the audience. Also, the important thing was another benefit, I may say, is that people who could not otherwise attend, even if the festival was happening in real life, they were able to join. So they're thinking, one of the composers said, this makes me want to stream all of my concerts, despite if they will be just online or later in the real life, to make the music more accessible. And probably that's quite important for, I mentioned that experimental music community is quite small. So to gain visibility, to show the music, to show that there is sense in making this kind of music, not just in the sound itself, but in terms of community, in terms of other roles, like therapeutic roles, emotional help as well. Thank you.
Professor Santoso, I apologize because I didn't hear that. So would you like to repeat it again, please?
I was saying about Professor Santoso was talking about sort of communal role of music, right? So in bringing people together, and he was listing many different functions that the Kronchong ensembles plays for the youth that participate in that music, and I found this common ground with what I was talking about, because music during COVID-19, I think that role of bringing people together and having this communal function, communal role was even strengthened. So perhaps at the very beginning of lockdown, there was the despair and great fear of loss of opportunities for concerts, performances, and so on. But later, in many ways, I think that's where this creativity, music creativity shows itself, which I put creativity in the title of this paper. So later on, people did manage to find many ways to share music and to feel united in smaller and bigger communities. So I think that's this common point with what Professor Santoso was talking about.
Hello, yeah. Thank you for the questions. I'm not quite, I didn't quite get it because the speaker was not quite good. Okay, I think what I get is that your question is that music has some kind of power to unite people in small scale or in large scale. So I think that's my point. And the reason is that I intend to try to explain why music can unite people in a certain way, and that happens anytime when the music is performed, right? So I try to get some ideas, what kind of idea that make people get together by using categories. Categories meaning things that have something in common, right? So there are a lot of things in the performance that have in common, and I try to get what kind of things that interrelate one another so that they can get some kind of energy and power to unite people. So that's my point, right? So I have 5 categories or subcategories that I think they interrelate one to another, and they keep the connectedness between one another, so that they have some power to be able to move people to unite, to be a family, to be in union, and so on. I think that's my answer. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I was just simply making really a reference because I found that what you were talking about was very much similar to my situation, talking about music in the time of distress. So that's why I made this reference, this role of music that you were talking about in the community, uniting role of music. I think in my case, in the case of music in such difficult times, it's even enlarged. I think it's brought to the front. So apart from music, we talked. I think before COVID-19, we talked a lot about music being entertainment, and many cultural managers sometimes, or even governments, they would reduce funding for music, for culture. But I think COVID showed that we need music, we need art to simply survive, because people were locked in their homes, and what did they do? They worked online, but they also listened to music. They watched films, they watched concerts, and this role again of music in creating community very close, like in your case, people who know each other and practice, and of course it has many layers of meaning for them and for people who would listen to them if they perform. And in this case of COVID, this role of bringing those communities, even if it's just the smallest circle of friends or very large, in case people share posts with music, make them public on Facebook. So then basically the amount of people that they reach, it cannot be determined. It can be very, very big. So this community becomes even larger, the community that shares music, listen to music. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ada 2 lagi. Ya, ada dua pertanyaan. Yang pertama adalah dari Poppy Islam. Pertanyaannya, apakah respon generasi milenial terhadap keroncong? Apa mereka suka apa tidak? Jawabnya, di Solo saat ini ada kecenderungan bagi kaum milenial untuk menyukai keroncong. Akhir-akhir ini banyak sekali grup-grup keroncong pemuda yang bermunculan tidak hanya di sekolah-sekolah, tapi juga di komunitas-komunitas semakin banyak. Tentu tidak bisa semua itu dituntut untuk suka keroncong, itu pasti, karena pilihannya banyak sekali. Ya, jadi mereka pilih yang lain-lain, ada yang dangdut, ada yang pop, ada yang rock, macam-macam ya, kayak gitu ya. Jadi tapi yang suka keroncong semakin bertambah, itu ya situasinya. Terus kemudian dari Alif Lintang dari Indonesia, itu pertanyaannya, generasi muda itu sebagian, tidak semua, itu tidak suka keroncong atau kesukaannya terhadap keroncong menurun. Apa yang dilakukan? Akhir-akhir ini ada usaha-usaha untuk mendekatkan keroncong dengan berbagai macam musik lain. Dengan dangdut, congdut, itu sudah mulai, sudah beberapa tahun yang lalu, 3 tahun, 4 tahun, 5 tahun yang lalu itu mulai. Ya. Congrok ada. Ya. Jadi usaha-usaha itu semakin dikerjakan terus-menerus, dan dengan harapan generasi milenial juga ada yang dekat dengan keroncong. Pasti tidak semua. Saya kira itu. Thank you very much.
From Nyoman Sriati, Indonesia. How is the method of teaching music in this COVID condition? Please, Dr. Marzanna, to be answered directly right now.
Okay, thank you for the question. Of course, the subjects that need the interaction and sort of demonstrating certain methods of playing instruments, for example, or teaching ensembles, they probably suffer most. So during the COVID, I have many friends and colleagues who teach ensemble music, for example. So at the very beginning, everything switched to online, and it was more a kind of even one-to-one instructions. If the students had the instruments, for example, I'm thinking now about a colleague who is teaching Chinese music ensemble. Students who had instruments, they were able to do some online instruction with the teacher via internet and still imitate the instructions or fulfill the instruction of the teacher. But students who did not have their own instruments were in more difficult situations. So at the very beginning, that instruction was mostly on reading more about the instruments and the Chinese music ensemble, Chinese orchestra. And sort of waiting for the time the it was possible to meet. So the first semester in the spring of 2020, actually there was no coming back to the face-to-face instruction, to the real life instruction. So some of the ensembles that were taught, they kind of switched, as I said, to more teaching about music that otherwise would be performed in those ensembles. Some other methods, they really were dependent on the innovation of the teachers. For example, there were with gamelan instruction, for example, students, one of the tasks that students were to do, apart from reading about gamelan more and studying the different papers and articles about gamelan, were to use certain online tools to compose a simple piece in a certain form, using online tools, the virtual gamelan, for example. In terms of teaching music, the interactions were, I think, the online interactions did not, till now, I think, replace the real life contact. But from what I know, many musicians still teach instruments over the internet. It is easier in teaching, for example, theory of music rather than teaching piano or violin. Is still possible because some of those lessons are still going on virtually. So those are just a few examples of how teachers were trying to cope, especially teachers who were teaching in real life, the music ensembles, how they try to cope with that situation.
Okay, Dr. Marzanna, thank you very much for your explanations. Yeah. And now it's a time for Professor Adrian David Cheok to present his ideas. He is the director of the Imagineering Institute, Malaysia, full professor at University, Tokyo, visiting professor at Raffles University, Malaysia, and for University of Novi Sad, Serbia, on technical faculty Mihailo Pupin, Serbia, Faculty of Design Business School, and CEO of Nikola Tesla Technology Corporation. In 2019, the Governor General of Australia, representative of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, has awarded Australia's highest honor, the Order of Australia, to Adrian David Cheok for his contribution to international education and research. He is founder and director of the Mixed Reality Lab, Singapore. He was formerly professor of Pervasive Computing, University of London, full professor at Keio University, Graduate School of Media Design, and associate professor in the National University of Singapore. He has previously worked in real-time system, soft computing, and embedded computing in Mitsubishi Electric Research Labs, Japan. He has been working on research covering mixed reality, human-computer interfaces, wearable computers, and ubiquitous computing, physicists, embedded system, power electronic. Okay, that's it. Just please.
But my full-time position, I'm a professor in University in Tokyo, Japan. I'm also director of the Imagineering Institute of Malaysia, and I'm very happy to talk to you today at your conference. I want to talk today about how one area of how art and technology meets, and that is I would like to talk about research that I've been doing on the relationships between humans and robots. I think I first started on this research maybe in the early 2000s, nearly 20 years ago, and I made a device which was called a hugging pajama, and it was for parents and children to be able to hug each other through the internet. Basically, it was a pajama which had pressure sensors and pressure actuators, and if the parent and the children were apart, for example, the parent is at work or on a business trip, they could actually hug their children by squeezing a doll, which would produce through the internet, send the signal and squeeze the child in a hugging manner, in a hugging sensation. And this, of course, could be done also bidirectionally, so the child and the parent could hug each other through the internet together. And the next device that I made in my laboratory was called the Kissinger, and it stands for Kiss Messenger. And this device is similar to the hugging pajama, except it's to send a kiss through the internet. So you put a device on your mobile phone, and you can kiss the device on the phone, and it will send the pressure onto your friend's phone, so you can remotely send the kiss through the internet. So, for example, let's say it's your grandmother's 90th birthday and you can't make it to a birthday party, but you could remotely give her a video call and at the same time give her a kiss. So these are devices which transmit touch or what's technically termed transmit haptics through the internet. Haptic is a artificial touch sensation. So I was working many years on these devices, in nearly 20 years, as I mentioned. But I realized that that you don't need two humans to do the internet touch or internet kissing. Actually, from a technical perspective, it's no different to have a robot or some artificial intelligence to do the hugging or kissing. So from a technical viewpoint, it's basically the same thing. So instead of hugging your parent through the internet, you could hug a robot through the internet. Instead of kissing your friend through the internet, you could kiss a robot through the internet. So this led me on to the work I've been doing for many years about human-robot interrelations, and about how robots can be could be artificial agents, acting as artificial agents, artificial partners. So then I thought one of the most important things would be, could a robot develop an artificial love or artificial friendship for humans? And so I did a project where we looked at the artificial intelligence aspects, and could we modify artificial intelligence to have the aspects of love or friendship. And so we studied what is actually the feelings of love or friendship, in human beings. And there's various different factors, many different factors, which may produce the feeling of love. Of course, everyone is different, but basically we can see that in general, love happens when there is some compatibility of interests. So similar interests is a factor. Of course, attraction, physical attraction is an important factor, especially at the start of a love relationship. And also just some simple things like proximity. So if you see someone every day of the week, for example, at work or at school, there's much higher chance that you'll fall in love with that person. So proximity, just proximity is a major factor. There's many factors. I won't go through all of them now because of the time constraints, but you can study this by looking at books about, what is love from a scientific perspective. And so what we did is we actually took all of those different factors. I just mentioned, for example, compatibility, proximity, so we modeled all these in terms of mathematical functions, and then we produced an artificial love robot, okay, or AI, and we tried to see whether it would have feelings for the human. Of course, these feelings are not feelings same as the humans. This is just computer algorithm. But so we are looking at the simulation actually of love feelings. It's just a computer simulating it. But if it look, but even though it's simulation, if it looks, if the artificial intelligence has the same effect as an output, then it looks similar to us as to a human. So we modeled an AI, and and we gave it, like, for example, certain different interests. It's interested in certain topics, and other factors, and then we would get it to talk to people, and then over time it would have a function of feeling of love. Okay, of course this is a simulation of love, but so for example, it could say it feels 73% love for a certain person, or 23%, which would be low, right? So, but we can see that there would be some difference when it interacted with different people. So this is very similar to humans. We have different feelings for different people according to our compatibility, etc., etc. So so when we did this, we made an algorithm for artificial love, and then we put that into our physical robot. So the physical robot was a small robot. It was the size of like a little baby, actually. So just like a small, cute robot. And we put the algorithm in that robot, and then the robot could walk and talk, and it would go up to people in a laboratory and have some kind of conversation, and then we could check, and it had greater feelings of love for certain people and less feelings of love for other people. So I think this showed that the robots could feel a kind of artificial love sensation towards people. And of course, this is still quite early days. It's 2020. So of course the AI is not so sophisticated, but we have to imagine that in 20 years time, or 50 years time, or 100 years time, we don't know how long it will take, but I think we can imagine that the AI will become so sophisticated that we can't really tell the difference between the AI and the human. They would behave and act in almost the same way. The robots would act in a very human-like way. As I said, I don't think this means the robot really has feelings, and I don't think it really means the robot has feelings the way humans does, because at the basic core, It's still a computer program, but it's a simulation of love. And also, you know, like there's this saying, if it looks like orange and the color is orange, it looks like an orange is round, then you know, we just assume it's an orange, right? So it's very similar. Even though the robot might not really have feelings the way we humans have feelings, but if it looks like it and it acts like it and it's so realistic, then we will behave and react to the robot as if it really was having real human feelings. So keep that in mind. Even if a simulation, if the simulation is good enough, you will feel as if the robot really does love you. So what does this mean for the future? Well, many people have asked me, will people prefer robots in the future? Because, you know, if you have a robot as a friend or as a romantic partner, then maybe it's better than a human because, you know, maybe you don't have any fights, or maybe you don't have any disagreements or troubles. Of course, some people enjoy fighting, like, you know, they enjoy the thrill of having arguments or something. So, but you could get a robot that is an argumentative robot. So actually any kind of characteristic of humans eventually could be simulated. So let's just assume that everything that a human does could be simulated by the robot. Then will people prefer a robot? I'm not sure. I don't have the answer, of course. We have to see what happens in the next, you know, in the future, in the next 20 years, the next 50 years maybe. But it may be the case that some people will prefer a robot over a human as their friend or as their romantic partner. I think that is a distinct possibility. How much percentage of people would prefer a robot? We don't know. Maybe it could be the majority of humans prefer to be with a robot. You know, anything can happen very fast. Just look at this year. You know, in January we were all normal and going to restaurants, going to the cinema, going to the you know, going out at night time in very crowded places, and now after the coronavirus, that all has changed. So society can change very quickly according to the situation. So although we might think that it might be not realistic for humans to prefer robot over humans for friendship or for love, actually this could be a distinct possibility. So from a point of view of the artistic area, because this conference is about art and technology, so I think that art is all about the feelings, is all about love, is all about emotions. So I think this very much fits in with artistic aspects, because we are producing robots that can have artificial emotions, artificial love, and artificial feelings. So these robots, of course, could have many artistic applications also. If they are able to simulate feelings and emotions, they could write, for example, poetry. Poetry is a kind of expression of emotion. So the robots could have expressions of their love or friendship through poetry, which is a very artistic kind of concept. And then we have to think about, well, can those robots do other artistic things like make music? I think already people have been working on computer-generated music, and I'm not sure how successful it is. But you can imagine that it will be possible, because once you can have a robot that can feel love, I think that is a basic emotion for creating music. then that robot will be able to make make music, and maybe make very good music. Then let's extrapolate that even further. So what could robots not do? I think the answer to the question is, over time there will be less and less things that robots can't do. I think eventually we're going to get to the state where robots will be able to do basically everything that humans can do, and then it won't stop there, because the robots will get smarter and smarter. So the robots will be able to do more things than humans. But that's not necessarily doom and gloom for humanity, because, for example, already, let's take something very simple like a car. I mean, we can't run as fast as a car, which is a kind of very simple robot. But you know, it doesn't mean the end of human society just because we have cars, right? So I think we will adapt to the technology, and maybe humans will have a new kind of lifestyle where, you know, robots can do basically all of our work, and robots will be able to do artistic endeavors. So humans will do something else. I'm not sure what they will do, but I'm sure it will be something you know, very, very interesting, because humans have always found the next level of adaptation, because we have very, very flexible human brains. If you look at, for example, in the 1990s, a lot of the jobs that we had in 1990s don't exist anymore, and you know, whereas now a lot of people are working in jobs which were created basically through the internet. So we have always been very adaptive, and always have been able to adapt to new technology. So I think even if robots can do everything that we can and more, we will still find a place for you know, what we can do as humans, and we may find a new higher level of humanity, maybe. And again, very much related to this conference about art and technology, we will have more time to make art, right? So if the computers can do, if the robots and AI can do all of our work, well, then we have more time to be creative. So everyone can be an artist, and because they don't need to work. So we may find new levels and new heights of artistic endeavor, just like in the Renaissance period, where we had artists who made very breakthrough works of art in the Renaissance period in Europe. So I think to summarize, I've been looking at, you know, artificial intelligence related to emotions and feelings, love, and robots as partners for humans, whether it's friendship or romantic partners. And I think this has a big relation to art, because once we have robots which can successfully be friends and romantic partners with humans, I think that means that they can do artistic endeavors. Also, these robots can do all of our work. So then in that case, we'll have more time to do art and or other things which are you know, interesting to us, which are maybe hobbies to us. We can spend full time on them, and that includes doing art, writing books, you know, making music, all kinds of art, dance, etc. So I think robots and AI will be beneficial for the future of art, and I think that we can embrace the future of robots. So thank you very much for your attention, and please feel free to contact me anytime. Thank you.
for Professor Adzrool Ismail and 2 questions for Dr. Arsenio. Let me read the questions. A questions comes from Juhdan Aziz from art, and it is relatively easy. Many works of art are produced by the wider community, resulting in a flood of works of art, such as in the field of video, photography, music, visual arts, new media arts, etc. The question is, what is the biggest challenge for the creativity of making really good works of art and masterpieces among the disruptive works of art in today's digital era? Thank you. Please answer the questions.
Yeah.
Professor Adzrool.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. Regarding with the questions about the quality and then the differences between the quality of today's digital artworks or artworks in films, photography, and everything. Like I mentioned just now, the things that make us different and makes the artwork is more quality is the process. The process, it means that we can see the trend now. We can see the trend now. For example, we do have a lot of technology, a lot of what we call it nice software, easy for us to use and very friendly. But then the technologies for me is actually the tool, only a tool. But how we would like to use the tool, the creativities that we would like to put to make the what we call it the creativities that we like to make to create the masterpiece, the originality of our own works. That's the most important thing. So in order for us to produce that kind of works, that kind of good quality works, what you need to do is actually you need to read a lot. You need to go back to the previous what we call it study a bit on the history, and then try to relate the previous knowledge with the current thought, the current what we call it the current idea, the current thinking. For example, okay, sebagai contoh saya ambil, if I may speak to you in Malay or in Indonesian language, right? Sebagai contoh, kalau kata zaman sebelum ini orang pergi makan, okay, masuk ke restoran-restoran yang macam KFC, McDonald dan sebagainya. Tapi sekarang orang lebih suka makan dekat cafeteria yang ada lampu merah, yang jenis macam hipster punya style. So hipster punya style ni actually is a previous idea ataupun previous approach untuk berniaga makanan pada zaman dulu-dulu lagi. So that kind of what we call it, that kind of research, that kind of ideas that you need to generate. And for example, I strongly believe that in films, okay, in films in future, right, after this, they will use the approach of human wearing what we call it a small camera on their bodies and then acting, compared with the stagnant camera and compose the cameras and everything here and there, and then acting. Okay, so that kind of methods. And then some more, what makes the greatest artworks become great and become different with others is actually the ideas that we are doing a research. We study, we do a lot of previous review. Okay, macam nak menghasilkan satu gambar fotografi yang cantik, right? Kita kena tahu musim apa, bulan berapa, cuacanya bagaimana, and then komposisinya apa, teori colornya macam mana kita nak guna, and then shutter speednya macam mana, F numbernya macam mana. So those are the things that tool, tapi the idea tu actually daripada kita. Idea tu kita nak dapat macam mana berdasarkan daripada bahan bacaan kita, berdasarkan daripada macam mana kita melihat sesuatu benda yang lepas dan kita improve idea tu. So that's my answer. Okay. Right?
Okay, yeah, right. Thank you very much to Professor Adzrool.
Tak dengar, you tak unmute you punya mic. Kena unmute dulu. Your mic, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Thank you very much for Professor Adzrool. Okay. Questions for Dr. Arsenio. Next, from Zimbabwe, with Nobulu. I'm sorry. From Alif Lintang, Indonesia, to Dr. Arsenio. The question is,
Yes.
How technology of archiving help people get out of the pandemic crisis? Bagaimana teknologi pengarsipan membantu orang-orang keluar dari krisis pandemi ini, Prof? Doctor. Yeah. Please answer right now.
Terutama musim pandemi ini sepertinya tidak akan kekal. Maksud saya, pada suatu ketika kita kembali kepada keadaan yang seperti dulu, yang normal. Untuk sementara waktu, saya kira internet yang bisa membantu kita untuk membuat satu arsip. Apa yang dikatakan arsip ini, saya sendiri tidak, sebelum pandemi ini tidak bisa mengambil semua dari internet karena terlalu banyak. Jadi saya harus memilih apa yang saya perlukan. Kebetulan selama ini saya sudah menulis beberapa artikel yang semuanya dari internet. Kajian musik sejarah, musik arkeologi, musik dalam sastra Melayu klasik. Ini semuanya dari internet. Tapi itu tergantung dari kemahiran kita menggunakan bahan-bahan dari internet. Apa yang kita harus pilih? Kita harus memilih yang validitasnya bersumber pada sarjana-sarjana yang sudah dikenali orang, yang mempunyai nama dalam lapangan kajian, apa musik, apa antropologi, apa sastra, apa saja, seni. Jadi yang penting itu siapa, dari siapa kita ambil informasi itu. Karena tidak sebarang kita bisa ambil dari internet. Banyak yang salah, banyak interpretasi yang salah, banyak fakta yang salah. Apalagi kalau internet yang web page itu atau Facebook page itu cuma hanya berpolitik. Kalau berpolitik itu sudah pasti tidak bisa kita ambil sebagai sumber yang validitasnya tinggi. Itu saja yang saya kira harus kita perhatikan. Dan masih banyak masalah lagi. Di samping itu, pengambilan data dari internet harus didampingi dengan pembacaan sumber tertulis. yang ditulis oleh para sarjana. Contohnya, saya dulu kan di Solo, di Jawa, tahun 79 sampai 83. Pada waktu itu saya banyak dengar ada pertunjukan ini, ada kesenian ini, ada musik ini, ada orang ada Thailand begini, ada orang dari Jawa Timur. Saya tidak bisa semuanya kunjungi. Ya. Tapi sepanjang waktu ini, karena dari internet, saya kenal semua mereka. Saya catat, oh nama ini saya kenal, oh tempat ini saya kenal, oh candi ini saya kenal. Tapi waktu itu saya nggak sempat kunjungi, saya tidak sempat ketemu orangnya. Tapi sekarang ketemunya di internet, malah bisa bicara dalam messenger. Itu satu keunggulan internet kita sekarang. Ya, itu saja yang saya bisa bagi pada saudara. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Arsenio for the answer. And now we close enough to the end of this session 1. There are still many questions, but we are limited by time. So your questions will be delivered to our keynote speakers. I will thank all of the keynote speakers to giving us an insight, perspective, reflection about how art, technology have been intersected. We must continue to innovate, especially in the world of arts. I also thank to participants for your amazing questions. Thanks so much, everyone. Then I give back to the MC, Puri Kurniasi. Yeah. Okay, I apologize for technical issues. Yeah, I will thank to all of our keynote speakers to giving us their insight, perspective, reflection about how art, technology, and science have been intersected. We must continue to innovate, especially in the world of art. Thanks so much, everyone. Then I give back to the MC, Puri Kurniasi.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arifika Listia. Thank you so much to our keynote speaker, Professor Larry Polansky, Professor Santoso Soewarlan, Dr. Arsenio Nicolas, Professor Adzrool Ismail, Dr. Marzanna Poplawska, and Professor Adrian David Cheok. Okay, now we would like to take a picture of all participants here. So please open your camera and smile. I will count from first page until end. Ready? Oke, rekan-rekan partisipan semua, kita akan ambil foto. Kita akan ambil foto, jadi silahkan buka kameranya dan silahkan tersenyum atau ambil gaya masing-masing. Dan saya akan menghitung dari halaman pertama sampai terakhir. Oke, sudah siap? Ayo yang belum dibuka. Come on, open your camera please. Okay, ready. We will start. Page 1. Cekrek. Okay, page 2. Okay, come on, open. Come on, open. Okay. Cekrek. Sip. Page 3. Okay. Come on. Come on, open. Bapak, Ibu, Ibu Santi, Pak Satya Yuda, ayo. Oke, dibuka. Ibu Sri Hidayah. Ibu Rusma, oke, siap. Ayo, silakan dibuka kameranya. Oke, siap ya? 1, 2, 3. Cekrek. Oke, halaman selanjutnya. Silakan dibuka kameranya. Oke, cekrek. Selanjutnya. Oke, terima kasih. Okay, thank you very much. Now we began the parallel session.
Okay, it is time to session 2 when 3 selected presenter will be present their paper and idea. So, please welcome Indra Gunawan to present the paper right now.
Oke, baik, terima kasih. Saya pertama mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia dan penyelenggara telah memilih dan mengundang saya sebagai presenter pada seminar kali ini. Baik, saya akan share screen. Pertama saya ucapkan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, selamat sore. Perkenalkan, nama saya Indra Gunawan dari Universitas Jambi, Sumatera. Sini saya akan menjelaskan paper saya berjudul Keniscayaan Inovasi dan Kontribusi Digital Virtual dalam Transformasi Musik Krinok ke Bungo Krinok untuk Pemajuan Seni Budaya. Pendahuluan, dari pokok pikiran Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 pasal 32 ayat 1 mengenai kebudayaan dan Undang-Undang Republik Indonesia nomor 5 tahun 2017 tentang pemajuan kebudayaan. Undang-undang ini sebagai pikiran dasar untuk mempertimbangkan adanya kesadaran pemajuan dan memposisikan kebudayaan dalam hal seni budaya sebagai investasi. Tentunya bertujuan untuk membangun masa depan sehingga terwujud masyarakat Indonesia berdaulat dalam hal kebudayaan. Intinya adalah saya menarik isu-isu pemajuan kebudayaan yang berkembang pesat saat ini dan akan dikombinasikan bagaimana peran teknologi digital bisa dikombin untuk memajukan industri kreatif kepariwisataan. Nah, itu 3 poin yang saya lakukan dengan tim dari Universiti Jambi melalui riset. Latar cipta musik Bungo Krinok, pertama itu berangkat dari musik tradisional Krinok masyarakat Melayu Jambi. Musik Bungo Krinok adalah jenis musik kreatif bersumber dari kekayaan musik Krinok Jambi, yaitu musik tradisional yang diwariskan secara turun-temurun di kalangan masyarakat Melayu Jambi, terkhusus di Kabupaten Bungo dan Tebo. Musik Krinok ini menjadi bagian dari kehidupan sehari-hari bagi masyarakat yang yaitu bersifat kontekstual dengan tradisi dan aktivitas kebudayaan. Mengenai fungsinya jelas seperti kebudayaan masyarakat di Sumatera atau masyarakat Melayu kita bahwa musik-musik tradisi itu tentu difungsikan sebagai acara-acara adat, upacara-upacara pemerintahan. Mengenai ciri-cirinya, tentu musik-musik kita yang berada di daerah timur, terutama di Sumatera ini bercirikan karakter yang riang, terus kemudian dinamis, banyak ornamentasi secara musikologi, terus kemudian secara ritme, permainan-permainan interlocking atau dalam bahasa kitanya itu meningkah, ini menjadi karakter dan ciri khas yang menarik untuk dilihat dan dikembangkan. Implementasi teknologi digital dan virtual. Ada 3 proses kerja yang dilakukan pada musik Krinok menjadi musik Bungo Krinok dalam hal implementasi teknologi digital dan virtual. Yang pertama yaitu proses formulasi sistem nada, yang kedua itu digitalisasi musik, yang ketiga itu kerja studio dan publikasi digital publikasi secara digital dan virtual. Nah, ketiga komponen ini yang kami lakukan ya, dalam riset kami di sini, bahwa dalam hal pemajuan kebudayaan itu perlu pendekatan dalam hal proses aktualisasi seperti penggunaan digitalisasi. Yang pertama itu kami telah memformulasikan sistem nada, dan ini sudah dalam proses paten karena masih banyak di Jambi untuk musik-musik daerah atau musik-musik tradisi itu belum diolah dengan baik gitu. Nah, ini bentuk yang didapat. Kami menggunakan pendekatan diatonis, yaitu di pendekatan nada C, sehingga terjadi bentuk nada yang muncul C, D, Dis, F, G, Gis, dan Ais plus 34. Nah, yang pada kolom biru itu nada-nada pokok, yang merah itu adalah nada-nada hias atau nada ornamentasi. Nah, digitalisasi musik di studio rekaman yaitu proses kerja transformasi musik Krinok ke Bungo Krinok, ini dibentuknya dalam bentuk aransemen, ya. Aransemen, terus kemudian genrenya disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat di sekitar, atau ya bisa dikatakan seperti pendekatannya ke populer. Nah, model yang dikembangkan itu bentuk anak-anak, remaja, dan dewasa. Nah, di sini kami coba membuat sesuatu yang baru, bahwa kita sama mengetahui bahwa saat ini musik-musik Melayu terutama di wilayah Sumatera itu di daerahnya itu masih banyak dimainkan atau diperankan oleh orang-orang dewasa, bahkan orang tua. Terkhusus di Jambi itu masih musik-musik tradisi itu masih orang-orang tua dan dewasa yang memainkan. Nah, kami membuat 3 model untuk anak-anak, remaja, dan dewasa sehingga musik ini bisa dimainkan semua kalangan. Terus kemudian menggunakan teknologi digital sequencing dan disk-based digital audio recording. Ini adalah alat atau alat untuk menghasilkan produk-produknya sendiri. Kemudian kerja studio dan publikasi secara digital dan virtual. Pertama kami menggunakan pendekatan virtual reality. Ini jelas saat ini sangat populer sekali ya, sangat populer sekali penggunaannya. Ini coba kami kombinasikan juga selanjutnya menggunakan tuner metronome recorder. Ini alat untuk merekam suara. Kemudian penyebaran informasi, jelas penyebaran informasi digunakan yang dihubungkan dengan teknologi digital, yaitu seperti menggunakan media-media sosial atau media YouTube untuk menyebarkan informasi. Nah, hasil dari proses digitalisasi, karena ini saya tadi dipesankan waktunya hanya sedikit, jadi Bapak dan Ibu bisa melihat hasil kerja inovasi kreatif kami di halaman YouTube Musik Ngokrinok. Dan untuk tahun pertama kerja kami, ini ada 6 buah sampel atau model. Dan ini kerjanya dilakukan dalam waktu 2 tahun. Sekian dan terima kasih. Mohon maaf kalau ada kekurangan. Saya akhiri wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Indra Gunawan. Langsung dilanjutkan presentasinya oleh Muhammad Jazuli, dipersilahkan. Maaf, dipersilakan untuk Samsul Alam untuk presentasi selanjutnya. Silakan Samsul Alam untuk, ya baik.
Oke.
Sudah ya.
Oke. Slide-nya bisa ditampilin.
Tunggu sebentar.
Oke. Ya. Oke, terima kasih pembawa acara. Sebenarnya yang membawakan ini adalah Bapak Muhammad Jazuli sebagai penulis utama, namun beliau berhalangan ya, jadi saya wakili. Jadi salam kenal buat semuanya. Perkenalkan, Samsul Alam dari Universitas Negeri Semarang. Jadi pada kesempatan ini saya akan membawakan atau mempresentasikan makalah yang berjudul The Management of Dance Studio in Semarang. Oke, selanjutnya. Nah, untuk pendahuluan, introduction, the role of art studio in supporting cultural art education and the heritage of tradition values of national culture, regional, local, is undeniable. The role is also support the national education purpose. Dance studio is another form of non-formal education organized by and for the community who needs educational service as a substitute, enhancement, and or complement to formal education in lifelong education program. Next. Selanjutnya, many art studios have been established in every region, city, or district in Indonesia. However, only a small number of studios in each region manage to maintain its existence. For example, there are about 40 dance studios registered in Semarang, but no more than 5 of them exist. Solo, about 20 dance studios are registered, but only 3 exist. This issue is very likely to happen in other city or district. Therefore, this study is focused on the management side because it becomes an important part of the journey of art studio as an organization, especially for the efficiency and effectiveness purpose. Next, method. This research use qualitative. I think all participants has been known what is qualitative research. Location, research location and target. This research is focused on Greget Dance Studio, Semarang. Greget Dance Studio is not only popular but also excellent in consistency as well as the specific work division in its management. The research target is management with cover organization management, production management, and dance performance management. Research procedure and states. The research procedure and state are as follow: data collection, organizing and identifying the result of data collection and focus group discussion, data analysis, include the form, function, principle, and characteristic of dance studio. Formulating a model design, hypothesis of dance studio management. Next. Result and discussion. The management of Greget Dance Studio is divided into three types. First, organization management. The organization management of Greget Dance Studio consists of the form of organization, article of association, our bylaw, or in Indonesia called ISI-ART, and administration, which contain the data of administrator, members, infrastructure, correspondent, and work programs. Greget Dance Studio is a non-formal institution that plays a role in cultural preservation, especially in dance by conducting dance training, creation, performance, and presentation. Greget Dance Studio has been registered in the Department of Culture and Tourism of Semarang and has a clear legal basis. Next. Here, figure 1, we can see organizational structure of Greget Dance Studio. There's head, secretary, treasurer, administrator, as we can see in the picture, the figure 1. Okay, next. Greget Dance Studio has 156 students divided into 4 groups. Children beginner level, children advanced level, adult beginner level, adult advanced level. The lesson achieved at both the children and adult beginner level are 1 semester, while for the children advanced level are 6 semesters, which consists of level 1, 2, and 3. The adult advanced level have X semester consists of level 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next. The program in Greget Dance Studio consists of short-term and long-term programs. The short-term program include providing dance education, conducting midterm tests, conducting final tests, and providing certificate for the student which are validated by the Department of Tourism and Culture of Central Java Province, conducting presentation and the end of semester. The long-term program is participating in both national and international festivals. Okay, next. The second finding is production management. The production management of dance studio includes training, trainer, training material, training method, creation, and performance. We can see at the table training schedule of Greget Dance Studio. Only today, Saturday and Sunday. Okay, next. Next, please. The material given in Graduate Dance Studio are according to the level or class of the student. Each level gets different material. The beginner level gets the material of basis dance movement. The advanced level get the material with higher level of difficulties, more complicated movement. There are various materials such as classical Japanese dance, New Creation dance, Sundanese dance, Balinese dance, Aceh dance, Sumatra dance, Betawi dance, and other Nusantara dance. Training material in detail can be seen in the program materials grouping table below. Okay, next. Okay, I think I forget the table. Maybe you performance management. Graduate Dance Studio hold performance that are managed independently and in collaboration with other parties. The performance are for the midterm test, final test, and presentation. The tests are done twice a year, namely midterm and final test. The midterm test is conducted in March and September, while the final test is June and December. The test is held by Education Bureau. The tests are compulsory for all students. The Education Bureau decides the place, makes student number, prepare the stage and assessment team. Next. Management activities carried out by Graduate Dance Studio show that textually there is a division of workspace and its authority. This division indicates that there is a plan or managerial governance with a specific purpose. Such steps and activities appear to have taken into account the needs and demand of the situation from outside the dance studio. Graduate Dance Studio has contextually responded to the wish and needs of the society to get proportional art education. Okay, next. In short, Graduate Dance Studio has textually complement the systemic and systematic management system as a non-formal education institution. Contextually, it has also tried to fulfill the society's desire for transparent, accountable, and effective education management, such as the division of work files, structural, and their responsibility functional in the management of educational institution, and complementing the infrastructure by utilizing technological advance. From structural functionalism point of view, all activities of Graduate Dance Studio, from planning to evaluation, indicate a healthy, transparent, accountable, effective, and efficient management system because there is a control system in each field or division, so that all division can synergize in doing their duties according to their field or division along with the authorities. Next. Conclusion. The management model in Graduate Dance Studio is a system that is divided into three types, namely organization management, production management, and performance management. Each type of management has field or division along with its authority responsibilities, such as appreciation bureau, education bureau, and service bureau that help the administrators or manager of the dance studio. This is the end of presentation. Thank you for attention. Back to the host. Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Samsul Alam dari Universitas Negeri Semarang atas penjelasannya. Kita langsung ke presenter yang ketiga, yaitu Rosalinda Wimar dari ITB. Dipersilahkan Ibu Rosalinda Wimar. Ya, baik, untuk Ibu Rosalinda harap suaranya di-unmute, Bu.
Maaf,
Ya.
Oke, sorry. Saya belum bisa share. Oh, udah, ya. Ya, baik. Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada para panitia dan juga promotor saya yang membantu dalam pembuatan paper ini, yaitu Profesor Yasraf Amir Piliang dan Bapak Dedi Wahyudi, Master of Engineering, Ph.D. Judul paparan saya hari ini adalah Maintaining the Sustainability of the Rumah Gadang Architectural Culture Through Social Media in the Age of Digital Technology. Kebudayaan suku Minangkabau di Sumatera Barat sudah ada sejak zaman dahulu kala. Salah satu mahakarya peninggalan budaya arsitektur yang menjadi ciri khas Minangkabau adalah rumah gadang. Sayangnya bangunan ini sekarang semakin sedikit. Untuk itu dibutuhkan media agar masyarakat bisa mengenal lebih dalam tentang rumah gadang. Kondisinya cukup memprihatinkan seperti tampak pada gambar ini. Ya. Kemudian ada banyak cara dan sarana untuk mempertahankan keberlanjutan budaya tradisi. Salah satunya adalah menyampaikan informasi melalui komunikasi baik secara lisan maupun tulisan. Pada era teknologi digital ini, teknologi informasi berkembang pesat, sehingga penyampaian informasi setiap individu tidak harus langsung bertatap muka dengan siapapun. Salah satu caranya adalah dengan media sosial yang dapat berfungsi sebagai interaksi individu maupun kelompok untuk melakukan aktivitas, baik berbagi ilmu, bersosialisasi, bertukar informasi, dan berbaur dengan orang lain. Nah, sebagai mahakarya dalam budaya Minangkabau, arsitektur ini rumah gadang menjadi objek yang menarik untuk didokumentasikan dan dipublikasikan dalam berbagai media. Secara sadar atau tidak, melalui media sosial, masyarakat telah turut memberi informasi tentang keberadaan rumah gadang ini dan budaya Minangkabau secara umum. Dan tentu saja turut mendukung kelestarian serta keberlanjutan budaya Minangkabau. Dari sekian banyak aplikasi media sosial, terdapat aplikasi Instagram yang berfungsi untuk saling berbagi foto dan video. Mengingat media sosial telah menjadi sumber informasi utama dan populer, maka perlu diteliti sejauh apa media sosial, dalam hal ini aplikasi Instagram, dapat turut mendukung pelestarian arsitektur rumah gadang, sehingga mampu menjadi wacana alternatif bagi masyarakat bahwa untuk melestarikan budaya tradisi tidak harus selalu berupa tindakan fisik, namun juga bisa secara virtual. Nah, untuk itu, agar dapat menjadi sarana informasi yang positif, maka diharapkan masyarakat bisa menjaga sikap, etika penyampaian dalam media sosial, khususnya dalam hal ini Instagram. Sehingga pengamat atau followers, di sini saya menyebut followers sebagai pengamat, ya, walaupun bukan followers dari akun pemiliknya, mendapatkan berbagai image positif yang dapat memperkaya pengetahuan, memberikan apresiasi, dan turut mendukung pelestarian budaya Minangkabau umumnya, arsitektur rumah gadang khususnya. Metode yang saya gunakan adalah virtual etnografi. Dalam metode ini saya melakukan pengamatan secara virtual dan dibatasi pada media sosial Instagram. Dari foto-foto yang ditampilkan pada media Instagram, dipilih foto-foto dari pemilik akun yang berfoto secara individu maupun berkelompok di depan rumah gadang. Dari tampilan foto, kita bisa mendapatkan berbagai informasi, seperti ini pada bagian caption, pada bagian hashtagnya, kemudian dari tampilan foto, kemudian status, lokasi, dan detail-detail dari bangunan. Beberapa lokasi saya pilih, itu ada 5. yaitu Istana Pagaruyung di Batu Sangkar, Pusat Dokumentasi dan Budaya Minang, kemudian Rumah Gadang yang aktif digunakan di Nagari Saria, dan museum serta Minangkabau Village di Kota Padang. Oops, sorry. Dari foto yang bisa dilihat di sini, terlihat ada, maaf soal, saya boleh kembali sebentar, tapi nggak usah deh. Ya, saya bacakan saja, maaf. Untuk menyampaikan image yang ingin kita sampaikan dalam gambar, itu harus tepat, dan persepsinya sebenarnya berbeda satu sama lain, tergantung dengan wawasan, kultur, budaya, dan latar belakang. Nah, foto-foto yang akan saya kaji di sini, akan saya analisa berdasarkan teori visual discourse. Nah, dalam pemakaian teori visual discourse ini sangat luas, tapi minimal di dalamnya ada ciri-ciri, ada 6 ciri-ciri, yaitu bahasa, subjek, terus pengetahuan, pertukaran, hubungan kekuasaan, dan hubungan sosial. Nah, pada tayangan ini kita bisa melihat, sebentar, dari ciri-ciri karakteristik bahasa atau language, kita melihat ada keterangan, kemudian di sini kita bisa melihat adanya visual language dari fotonya sendiri, dan verbal language dari keterangan-keterangan yang ada di sini. Manfaatnya image yang diperoleh adalah pengamat bisa lebih mudah mengamati foto yang ditampilkan. Kemudian ciri subjek. Di sini kita bisa melihat subjek antara pemilik akun dan pematnya. Dan kita juga bisa melihat profesinya, misalnya ada dosen, ada pemilik travel, dan sebagainya. Dari situ kita bisa memperoleh informasi yang berhubungan dengan budaya rumah gadang. Ciri diskurs berikutnya adalah knowledge atau pengetahuan. Nah, dari foto-foto ini yang terutama yang penting, kita bisa melihat keindahan rumah gadang, kemudian detail-detail fasad, kemudian bahwa di dalam rumah gadang itu ada pengaruh dari budaya lain, misalnya di sini budaya Indis, kemudian lokasi rumah gadang dari di sini keterangannya, ataupun personal yang ada di sini. Jadi kita bisa lihat bahwa sebetulnya rumah gadang itu bisa dikunjungi oleh siapa saja, segala golongan. Kemudian ada pengetahuan bahwa rumah gadang itu tidak selalu bentuknya berupa gonjong. Kemudian ini kelompoknya bahwa rumah gadang itu bisa saja dikunjungi berbagai kalangan dari dewasa, remaja, ataupun anak-anak. Sehingga image-nya, rumah gadang itu menarik untuk bisa dikunjungi. Kemudian ciri lainnya adalah exchange. Di sini kita bisa mendapat informasi dari captionnya, hashtagnya, komennya, dan di sini mencerminkan keberagaman dari budaya Minangkabau. Dan dari situ kita bisa memperoleh pertukaran informasi tentang budaya Minangkabau. Kemudian nah, ini power relation. Di sini ada foto ibu-ibu kaum perempuan sedang berfoto di depan rumah gadang. Ini memperlihatkan bahwa dalam adat Minangkabau itu adatnya adalah matrilineal. Jadi perempuan memegang peranan penting. Di sini menggambarkan peranan penting perempuan tersebut di dalam rumah gadang. Kemudian dari bentuk tampak rumah gadang, di sini terlihat perbandingan antara manusia dan dimensi dari rumah itu. Memperlihatkan kekuasaan dari pemilik rumah gadang, dalam hal ini adalah istana atau raja pemiliknya, dan juga tentu saja memperlihatkan kemegahan dari rumah gadang. Selanjutnya adalah social relation. Di sini terlihat adanya tanda like by, kemudian foto antara keluarga, kemudian saling memberi komen di antara pemilik akun dan followernya. Ini memberikan kesan lebih mendalam bahwa adanya hubungan kekeluargaan di antara akun dan followersnya. Kesimpulan yang saya peroleh sementara ini adalah bahwa informasi melalui sosial media, khususnya Instagram, tidak hanya dapat menjadi ajang bertukar foto dan video di antara pemilik akun dan followersnya, namun dapat diungkap dan dieksplorasi dalam skala lingkungan, bangunan, interior, dan elemen-elemen detail lainnya. Juga hadir dalam setting berupa kostum, alat musik, lokasi, usia, dan sebagainya. Informasi yang lebih luas dan dalam ini diharapkan dapat memberi efek peningkatan minat dan apresiasi masyarakat untuk melestarikan kekayaan budaya Minangkabau, umumnya dan Rumah Gadang khususnya. Temuan awal ini diharapkan dapat menjadi masukan bagi penelitian lanjutan dengan topik sejenis, namun difokuskan pada aspek bagaimana format foto yang bisa memberikan nilai positif dan ataupun negatif bagi followers, sehingga dapat menjadi panduan bagi pengguna Instagram dalam menampilkan karya-karyanya. Demikian, terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak Ibu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Ibu Rosalinda Wimar untuk sarannya bagaimana budaya material kita bisa ditampilkan, di-share melalui Instagram gitu ya, Bu. Ya. Sekarang adalah sesi tanya jawab untuk para presenter. Langsung saja, pertanyaan pertama ditujukan untuk Saudara Samsul Alam dari Universitas Negeri Semarang. Ini pertanyaan dari Ibu Enis Niken dari ISI Surakarta. Pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana menjaga keberlangsungan studio tari dari aspek manajemen keuangan, seperti itu. Silakan untuk Saudara Samsul Alam untuk menjawab pertanyaan Ibu Enis Niken. Ya, silakan. Belum muncul. Ya, silakan untuk Saudara Samsul Alam untuk menjawab pertanyaan. Bagaimana menjaga keberlangsungan studio tari dari aspek manajemen keuangan? Oke, baiklah. Pertanyaan selanjutnya untuk Saudara Indra Gunawan dari Universitas Jambi, dari IRA Bandung. Apakah metode tersebut yang dijelaskan adalah suatu penemuan baru ataukah sudah pernah diaplikasikan pada lagu lainnya? Jika itu adalah pengaplikasian, apakah mudah untuk musik-musik lainnya? Seperti itu.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih,
ya.
Moderator. Metode ini untuk di Jambi, ya, karena kami berkecimpung di masyarakat Jambi, ini masih baru sekali. Karena memang untuk di Jambi sendiri, institusi seni ini baru 5 tahun di Universitas Jambi, baru 5 tahun. Jadi selama ini memang pengembangan yang dilakukan itu hanya dari kelompok-kelompok yang sudah ada di Sanggar, dan yang model seperti ini saat ini baru kami yang mencoba. Dan ini kami masih proses karena kami melakukan riset itu selama 2 tahun, proses riset 2 tahun itu dari Rispro LPDP. Dan ini tahun pertama kami masih membuat semacam sampel. Jadi sangat mungkin sekali kalau model seperti ini digunakan pada kesenian-kesenian atau bentuk seni budaya yang lain, itu mungkin sekali karena memang untuk di wilayah Sumatera terkhusus di Jambi, kesenian tradisional itu masih sangat awam untuk generasi muda, apalagi anak-anak, ya. Dan ditampilkan itu ya paling di event-event tertentu, dan itu tidak semua terjangkau kesenian-kesenian tradisi. Paling kesenian tradisi yang hanya dekat dengan pemerintah. Nah, itu yang paling dikembangkan, seperti di pedalaman atau di suku Kubu yang populer di Jambi. Ya eksplorasinya hanya sebatas eksperimentasi subjektif, tidak betul-betul murni bagaimana mengangkat kebudayaan kubu itu sendiri misalnya salah satu. Jadi untuk pengaplikasiannya sangat mungkin sekali untuk ke bentuk kesenian-kesenian yang lain. Terima kasih, Mbak.
Saudara Indra Gunawan.
Ya, Mbak, terima kasih.
Oke, baik untuk para peserta partisipan, Dr. Arsenio akan menyampaikan sesuatu untuk kita semua. Ya, baik, please, Dr. Arsenio, silakan, Dr. Arsenio untuk menyampaikan. Ya.
Mungkin tadi saya mau saya mau mencoba satu eksperimen dengan teman-teman kita sekarang. Ini berkaitan dengan bagaimana kita dapat menggunakan internet secara musik. Saudara pengacara, kita bisa buka mic-nya semua pengikut, semua peserta. Saya mau coba semua main dengan tangan saja. Bisa ikut saya ini. Rentaknya cuma 4, bilangan 4.
Ya,
1,
baik, kita
2.
coba.
Bisa, Pak?
Ya.
Bisa semua
Ya, kita akan mencoba untuk unmute.
Kita coba, Pak.
Hah? Oke. Karena ini menarik, karena kita semua di sini 100 orang. Nanti kita bisa membuat musik bersama, padahal kita di tempat yang jauh-jauh di Indonesia.
Ini kan sangat menarik.
Jadi bilangannya cuma 4 saja. Jadi 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tepuk tangan pada 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bisa ikut saya? Silakan, saya mau dengar semua. Teruskan. Kurang jelas. Menarik sekali. Ada macam delay. Kita nggak bisa serempak. Lagi. 1, 2, 3, Oke, sekarang kita ganti pola. Polanya 5 sekarang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jadi tepuk tangan pada 1, 2, dan 4. Jadinya begini. bisa ikut saya? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Semuanya. Seringan. Piano. Ini kan musik seni. Jadi harus ada pertunjukan. Terima kasih banyak.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Pertanyaannya kan masih ada. Baik, 3 presenter telah mempresentasikan materinya mengenai inovasi dalam dunia seni. Ya. Untuk itu, sesi kedua ini telah berakhir. Terima kasih untuk para presenter. Terima kasih untuk semuanya. Thanks to all. Then I give back to MC.
Ininya nggak kelihatan. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, parallel session can be seen on the following YouTube link. Oke, saya akan pandu. Jadi nanti teman-teman bisa lihat sesi paralel melalui link YouTube berikut ini. Oke. Masuk web ISI-ART. Kemudian klik menu presentation video. Lalu klik question and answer. Jangan lupa isi kehadiran Anda di chat room atau di kolom chat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we hope this seminar can foster enthusiasm and academic attitude to deliver the birth of artistic, technological, and scientific innovation. At least, there is hope for the growth of innovation in art itself and innovation in the development of art technology and art science. Without enthusiasm and academic attitude, the development of art technology, and art science is only a mirage. Okay, see you at the next seminar with the latest topics. Hopefully, we never lose space for discussion. Hope all of us are always in good health and may the universe recover soon. Okay. Cekap semanten para pamiarsa ingkang dipun rahmati Allah Subhanahu wa taala, mugi-mugi saged kepanggih malih wonten ing ISI-ART tahun ngajeng. Matur nuwun. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Terima kasih
semuanya.
semuanya.
Maaf kalau ada salah.
Sama-sama.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Thank you. Sehat semuanya, jaga kesehatan.
Terima kasih.
Sama. Mohon izin pamit.
Bye.
Oh, dadah.
Dadah.
Semua. Terima kasih semua.
Mas Indra, salam untuk Vio.
Vio, ya Mas.
Ya,
Vio.
Wijaya.
Oh ya ya Mas.
Mana Pak Santoso? Pak Santoso.
Salam kembali, nanti disampaikan.
Iya, dia satu angkatan sama aku.
Di mana Mas? Vio.
Jogja.
Vio Sanjaya Mas.
Vio Wijaya.
Jurusan apa?
Etno.
Oh, si Amor kali.
Ya, mungkin.
Oh gitu, si Amor ini sama sini ada juga si ya.
Ya.
Ya. Baik Mas. Nanti disampaikan.